Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, well, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to Fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's Fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of handcrafted candles. That's right, every product is thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Our candles are hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks, offering a long-lasting burn and rich fragrances. Create a cozy, safe ambiance for your home with candles from Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network.
Welcome to the main event here on the Inside Edge Podcasting Network. Double A Anthony Alford, Eli Moon. I am Rob Rozycki. Gentlemen, we have a quorum. How are we doing on this Sunday night?
Man, I feel pretty good. Rizik, I appreciate you asking. I think I caught a tan this weekend. I feel real good. Haircut's getting a little long. I was on the phone with my barber from Old Hooligans. I talked to Isaiah earlier today. I actually posted on social media how you get in touch with Isaiah. You can check that out on my Instagram. And I called him. I said, look, dude, I got to get it together. Like, it's starting to get too long. If I let it go another month, then it'll become another month, which will become another month, and then we'll get into the winter, and then I'll just grow the hair out long again. I'm trying to keep up on it this summer, but I'm doing good, man. Staying busy.
Yeah, I've always noticed you with that, last, few years or so with you, Moon, and the hair is, you're kind of like, like a lamb or a sheep. You get sheared like once a year, and then you just kind of let it go after that. And then, then the season hits in and you get it redone again.
Yeah. I have to. And Papa Moon's kind of been on my behind a little bit in terms of like, hey, we're going out to Hooligans in like a week or two, so just be ready. And that's on my cue. Like, I will not be allowed to, even if I wanted to. I think Pops isn't allowing it this summer. So I'm going to stay fresh for Moon Bash coming up and everything, rocking and rolling. But I'm good. I can't complain. Double A, I love the shirt. How are you doing?
Good. We were just joking before we came on the air. Like, the sun is just now setting. It's great. Great weekend. Great time. Actually, yesterday, all of us were out in a certain way. Rob, you with Nikki at the Guardians game as a fan. And then Eli and I, we were at the Tri-C Jazz Fest.
That's right.
Yesterday. Had a great time there. Met a lot of great people. Shout out to our guy, Ricky Smith, owner of Something Good, his restaurant down there. Food is phenomenal. A lot of great stuff there. Just great. But great vibes and stuff. Had a phenomenal time. At the Tri-C Jazz Fest. Great music, too, obviously.
Yeah, Rozycki, look, we don't like to get off topic. I think this is completely on topic, and I think we should show you. Look at this. This is called the Meltdown, Rozycki. Take a look at that real quick. Double's going to go away. That's the Meltdown. Now, you know me. Woo! You know Double A and I. You hear him behind the screen.
Oh, that looks good. You don't even have to put me on screen. That is fantastic.
So, Rozycki, let me give you a little bit of a lowdown here. There's two different cheeses. I believe Swiss and provolone, so I don't want to be incorrect, but I know there's two different cheeses there, like white cheeses. You have the burger. It's chopped up in like a sub-type style. You have mushrooms. You have banana peppers. We didn't do onions. We're not grilled onion guys, Double A and I. So we took those off. I know maybe you'd rock with those, but instead of, as you see there, and the people at home see, instead of a burger, like top and bottom bun, it's like a sub, and they chopped up the burger. Brother, oh my goodness, and the fries. Okay, I'll bring Double A back.
You know what, though, Eli? Next time we go down there, I might actually try it with the grilled onions.
And I respect that.
Because I'm not even a banana pepper guy. But for whatever reason, that mix works. And for me, they mixed in, Rob, you have the French fries, but you also have freshly made potato chips within the fries. I
Okay.
don't know why it worked, but it was fantastic.
Oh, it's kind of the concept of, you get the order of fries and you have like the 2 bonus onion rings in there. Yeah, you just like the smorgasbord of fried stuff all on a pile there. Okay, that's good though, guys. I'm glad you guys were having a great time at the Jazz Festival. You guys, Double A, actually, you text me a picture that you guys had done, right?
Yeah, yeah, he did.
Yeah, so they had Ricky had hired an employee to draw a photo of us, a caricature of us, and we want to show the work here.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Look at that. Look at us. Two peas in a pod. Rozycki, I know that makes you happy. It warms your heart. You've known us for 11 years. We're all like best friends. We're rocking and rolling. And look, I mean, the hair on me looks incredible there. I mean, it looks incredible, in real life. But I mean, right there too. I mean, the beard really coming in clean. The mustache. Double A. So okay, I got a funny story. So Double A kept looking like in a posed position, Rozycki. He's like, okay, where do I look? I'm like, and I'm looking off like over, and you see how Double A, I feel like was just, he was nervous in terms of like, where should he, like, is he supposed to do a pose?
I didn't know. Yeah, I did not know, because I've never had this done before. I did not know the protocol of getting these done. I didn't know, like, okay, should I freeze and stay straight? Should I hold a conversation with Eli and the employee and like look around and stuff? But like, if I look around, then I'm messing up her job. So I just stayed straight and just, all right, I'm just going to be locked in. And I froze my face. It actually reminded me, guys, when I was on TNT in 2016, it brought back memories. When the cameraman, don't move. And like, I'm serious, don't move. We're coming to you in like 5 or 6 minutes. I thought I had to go at protocol.
Yeah. Rozycki, what do you think of it? When you see this picture, what do you think? I mean, that's 2 of your best buds right there.
When I see that picture, what do I think? Okay, first off, the artist is great. The artwork is phenomenal. I think Double A needs to grow the kid and play kind of tower thing going. I think that would help some things out. Moon, yes, the hair is perfect, somewhere between Charlottesville and I need a flannel and an IPA. That's wonderful.
Wow. Damn.
But we got that picture. You sent that to me. I was up in the bleachers watching the hot dog race, I think is right about when it went down. And I showed it to Nikki, and she asked me, have you guys set a date yet?
No date. No.
I understand that, but it was 8 years ago the Marriage Equality Act was signed into law, and I'm glad for you two that you're now able to live your lives out in the open. But yeah, that was kind of either that or you guys need to talk to some girls, dude.
Look, man, we were just...
That was a nice little intimate couple shot. That's something me and Nikki were to get down in Hilton Head. I think if it was the 3 of us, it'd be a little less weird. But yeah, it was a great picture, and I'm glad you guys had a great time.
Well, let me make something clear. Number one, you two should be going down and doing that. Okay,
Yep.
So go to something good and make something happen there, and get some good food. And number two, yes, it was a very happy moment. Not gonna front. It was a very happy moment. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. It was a good time.
We just had some phenomenal food right after.
Rob, I will admit though, speaking of the other front, there was a ton of attractive women down there. I'm not going to even go in front at the Jazz Fest. There was a ton of attractive women down there. It was,
Yeah.
that was great.
Well,
I'm not even gonna hold you.
I mean, downtown in general, let's face it, the last couple of days with this heat wave here, it's definitely helped out the scenery and the talent level downtown. And we some colleagues that I work with who don't normally get distracted and will rename nameless are getting distracted at this point in time.
Yeah, no, it was a phenomenal weekend. I know we got to get into sports here in a second, but I'll tell you, it was a phenomenal weekend.
We're only 10 minutes in. It's fine.
Yeah, and last thing I want to say about the Jazz Fest, because there's a ton. I mean, we did a lot of great stuff there, but I do want to shout out Dre Walton and all the other incredible artists that performed. Duran Bernard, Grammy award-winning artist out of Cleveland. But Dre Walton performed, our guy, and Duran Bernard. Just real cool, man. It was a great time. Even if you're not jazz is your number one genre, it was real, like, just a scene. A very good experience, so.
Yeah, that sounded like if I wasn't tied up with broadcasting, and then I got done with. It was weird. I got done with pregame in studio and then walked right down to the stadium. It was a nice day, but yeah, if I wasn't involved with all that, that sounded like a great time for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we called. This is something for the audience to know. So we called Rob because we heard Rozycki deliver the weather forecast during the Guardians game day pregame show on WTAM.
That's harder than it used to be, man. I'm sorry.
I know.
Rob, we were
no,
pretty
Rob,
close.
you did a great job. I love the pregame. But we called. I'm like, because we're downtown. We're a half a mile from the studios, from the iHeart studios. It was like, hey, what's going on? And it was like, oh, and we hear noise in the background.
Oh, it was loud.
Like, yeah, we hear noise. I'm like, oh crap! Like we're talking on the phone. Like, oh crap! I forgot. He's at the ballpark. He has to do the post game show from the ballpark. And then he mentioned like Section 400. You mentioned Section 400, but that slipped my mind as you mentioned it. And then you brought up like the hot dog race. Didn't even realize. Oh, you were there as a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Nikki wanted to go, and for a myriad of reasons. A, she loves baseball. We haven't gone to a lot of games this year. And B, it was Tanner Bybee City Edition jersey giveaway. And I'll actually use this opportunity to shout out Curtis Danberg and all the crew over there. Guys, I'll show you this jersey next time I see you. This is not a stadium giveaway jersey. The pattern's there. It's not stitched, but it's not silk screened either. Like, it's actually a higher quality. Like, I would put this as probably the best giveaway they ever, when it came down to just quality, the coolness of the item and everything like that. So yeah, Nikki got her jersey. I went in, I could not get mine because by the time I got to scan my ticket through, they had already given away the max, but I know some people in the press box, baby. There were some jerseys to be had. And so I got all that ready to go. And it was just a nice day. It was kind of cool just going as a fan. And especially the last couple of days have been perfect baseball weather. I thought about just jumping down to the ballpark. Nikki was busy all day today and just using my press pass to kind of observe what was going on, and it ended up being a pretty fun game. It ended up being I didn't go down. I watched it on TV and listened to Tom Hamilton, but yeah, it ended up being a pretty fun game.
People thought the first 7 innings of that game this afternoon was not fun.
Yeah, and I guess we can use this as a good way to get into Guardians talking. Yeah, we'll be talking Guardians right now for sure. We also got a question of battle of the rookie classes. We have Avengers Civil War style. It's the Browns against the Guardians. We'll get into that a little bit later, too. We have some stone cold honest questions to ask about the Cavaliers for sure. But yeah, we'll lead off with the Guardians. They win today, 6-5 against Seattle. They've now won 2 in a row. They have won 3 out of 4 overall after a pretty disappointing stretch, considering a third of the starting lineup is out. Chase DeLauder, though, thankfully was activated today and was put back in the lineup. But we are dealing with kind of the same story, different team with this Guardians offense right now. A lot of guys get on base, and most of them don't score. And we have a lot of questions and a lot of ways that we could probably figure this thing out. Seems like the Guardians, they're committed on a young youth wave here. I believe the stat that I heard was this is the first year since 1970 where 4 different players in one season for the Guardians have gotten their first hit of the season or their first big league hit, and that came with an RBI. Chase DeLauder, Cleo Watson, Travis Bazzana, and Cooper Ingle. We haven't even hit the All-Star break yet. They really are in love with these young guys, but there's also a large group of the fan base that says, hey, you got a lot of young guys, and sometimes young guys can be combined to turn into an older guy that already has a track record. couple All-Star appearances, a professional hitter, a bat that we sorely need in this lineup. And I guess the question is, where do you guys stand on this? Do you guys want to ride out this youth movement, or do you want to see this team possibly make a move to A, shock the baseball world, and B, automatically vault themselves up to the top of the American League?
So I guess I'll take this one first, double, if that's cool. I guess my big thing has been for the Guardians, and I've been on, obviously, the Inside Edge Network here on our airways saying that, hey, the Guardians are going to be the biggest buyers at the trade deadline. Now, I don't know, the more I think on this, if they're going to be the biggest buyers just based off what we've seen. I feel like they've already made a move by then, but maybe they're weighing their options. However, to answer the question, though, Rob, I do think the Guardians should be big buyers at the trade deadline. They should go out and get a bat, primarily. If you can strengthen the arms, the pitching staff with Freddie Peralta, maybe, sure, but I know that a few other teams are linked to him as well. I believe the Brewers are the front runners right now. So there's some teams out there that stand out for him, but on the bat side, excuse me, you have Yordan Alvarez, you have some of these guys that may cost a pretty penny, but definitely improve your lineup. You know, I thought about it the other day, we were talking a little off air about the catching situation. Well, Cooper Ingle now, who's made his MLB debut over the weekend, he plays catcher. I know we're trying him out in the outfield. He plays catcher. So you could, if you brought in Alvarez, for example, you could put Ingle behind home plate. You can move Rhys Hoskins out to left field, and Alvarez plays first, and that just gives you a little bit more juice in your lineup to keep Hoskins out there in the left field. But there's there's a myriad of ways you could look at it, but they have to bring a bat in. And the main reason why, and I said this on Primetime earlier this past week, was they owe it to Jose Ramirez. And it doesn't have to be the exact guy that one of us are looking for, whatever. Just do something that you believe is going to improve the team and show Jose you actually care. The guy has probably got about, in my opinion, 4 to 5 years, and that's maybe a stretch even, of strong Jose Ramirez baseball. And granted, he just had this hamate injury, so we'll see how he returns from that and looks. I mean, everybody's expecting Jose Ramirez to come back and just be Jose Ramirez. There is a chance that maybe he slows down a little bit after this hamate injury and a few injuries over the last couple of years. I look at that, and I say you have to give it to Jose Ramirez. You have to give him the actual respect that he has done. He signed 2 hometown discounts, could have made a ton more money in L.A. or New York or wherever, and he stayed here in Cleveland. He's arguably one of the greatest Cleveland baseball players of all time throughout the Spiders and obviously the Cleveland Indians and the Guardians. He's one of the best of all time, if not the best. And he deserves to have a World Series opportunity. At least get back there. He hasn't been back there in 10 years. It's been 10 years. We're doing the same thing with the Cavaliers. It's been 10 years. Mm-hmm. But we do have somebody that was on that roster back in 2016, and we owe it to him to go get a bat, go improve this roster. I heard talks earlier, the Dolans are viewing it, DeLauder, Ramirez, and Angel or Angel Martinez coming back as 3 trades. That is the biggest BS I've ever heard. And this is why I get mad, Rob, and Double A. This is why I get mad when we first got back on the airways here and we started up the Inside Edge Network. We were talking about the Guardians' end of their season, really. We had the last month, and then we had that playoff run that lasted very shortly.
Yeah, back in September. Yep.
Right. So you think about that, and this is why I'm so frustrated with this team. And this is why a lot of people are frustrated with this team, because the Dolans just continue to go, well, our acquisitions are our injured guys coming back, or we're going to use the farm. The farm's always going to be there, Double A. The farm's always going to be able to be replenished. The Guardians do a good job of replenishing their farm system. I think this is the time to go get it. And I know there's also things out there, the lockout and all this other stuff. You got to go get it.
I hope so. But it's going to be, it's one of those, like, I'll believe it when I see it type of situations. But it's the formula that they feel has worked for them, at least to get into playoff positioning. And that's what makes it tough. But when you watch these guys, when you watch the Guardians play, I know the 8th inning happened, and it was effing-tastic, that 8th inning. But, man, it's so hard to watch them try to score, watch them try to generate an offense on a night-in, night-out basis. And they make it hard on themselves. I mean, they really do. So I don't know. Part of it is internal, though, too, guys. Mm-hmm. Like, I'll say this. Can we get Stephen Kwan back in working form on a night-in, night-out basis as well? I mean, so it makes it tough. I mean, when you look at it from that standpoint. But I think the issue, though, here, Rob, they may look at it, the Guardians may look at a performance like today, where DeLauder, he's back in the lineup, first time in 11 games, he's back in. oh, look what they did with the offense today. And they may look at it as the young guys could propel our offense going forward. But I agree with Eli. You owe, for nothing else, do not take Jose Ramirez for granted. Just don't. But
yeah, they need to put him in the situation, and that goes without saying. I think everything that they should be doing is to put the team in a spot where Jose has a chance to play some meaningful baseball at the end of his career. That being said, this is it, and what frustrates Guardians fans more than anything, this is a philosophical way the Guardians operate. Is the Guardians have, I think it's the second most prospects in baseball that actually, percentage-wise, that actually make their big league roster. Like they call up, they rely on their farm system for their long-term, short-term success. And we want, this discussion right now we're having is, can DeLauder, can these young guys propel them right now? They're looking at, can these guys propel them for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years? That's the way the Guardians do things. And because of that, though, they are so guarded, no pun intended, of their prospects. They are worth so much to them. They don't want to part with them lightly. It's not George Steinbrenner with the Yankees just pitching guys away whenever he needed a third baseman or a reliever or whatever. He didn't care. There's two ways to look at prospects. They help your roster in the major league level, or they can be used to acquire people. Think the NBA draft that just happened right now. Yeah, you're just trading guys away for older talent. Mm-hmm. And the Guardians, I think every team kind of is on that line somewhere between the extremes. The Guardians are about as far extreme on relying on prospects as possible. I say that to just bring up, to say they're probably, really not in love with trading any one of these guys. And, if they do bring in a bat, if they do somehow surprise the world, Moon, I know you kind of gave your catcher scenario with Cooper Ingle getting moved behind the plate. They have said a couple of times already that they have no intention of catching Cooper Ingle at least this year. And you have Patrick Bailey and you have Austin Hedges there, two of the better defensive catchers in baseball right now. They're handling this pitching staff marvelously. So I don't know if you want to mess that up. And I just mentioned that to say, like, you bring in one of these big bats, you bring in, a couple of these, hired hands, that's going to be at the expense of sending Cooper Ingle back down for a little bit more development. It's going to be, the Watson that we like now in Cleveland, Khalil Watson, getting sent back down. It's going to be at the expense of those guys. So that would be the choice I think we'd have to make as fans. Do you want to see these young guys? Because they trade for these older guys, they're going to get sent down, or Cooper Ingle could be involved in a deal. Khalil Watson could be involved in a deal. I mean, Watson's already been traded one time in his career. It's not crazy for it to happen again. So, I mean, the pull with this team and just valuing its prospects, I don't think, unless they see an offer they can't refuse, a deal that is just unrefusable here, they're not going to be able to really move anybody, and they need to. I think putting another veteran bat in this lineup, and not just somebody that you can platoon and somebody who's another man's trash.
Right.
Like they need an everyday player, and I don't know if they're going to be able to go out or if they want to go out and do that, because you bring up the labor stuff. The other thing you got to worry about too is, David Blitzer's waiting in the wings. Like, that ownership change could potentially happen in the next few years. And whenever you transfer assets and stuff like that, you don't like to increase the value of it. You like to kind of strip it down, and you like to, make it as efficient as possible. And like it or not, in pro sports, the biggest expense is typically payroll. So I don't know if they're going to add anything onto that.
But I wonder, you brought that point up I was just about to make. I love it, Rozycki. We're on the same page. I wonder how much David Blitzer is involved. I know he's obviously a minority owner right now, and has that stake where he can transition into the controlling owner, the full-time owner essentially of the Guardians after the 2027 season, which right now it's not looking like there will be a 2027 season. So that basically means after the lockout, Blitzer could be the owner of the Guardians outright, essentially, over the Dolans. And that's why I wonder. And Chad Bryan, obviously on the Inside Edge Network here, Inside Edge Primetime co-host with me weeknights here on the Inside Edge Network, he brought up the same point you did, Rob, about the payroll. Because I said, well, how much is David Blitzer really having a conversation with the Dolans and saying, hey, I want you to make this team as competitive as possible when I get it. Because maybe he is okay with having the value. I understand the Dolan's the value of the franchise, but Blitzer might be looking at them and go, guess what? We're handing you over a team that actually can compete. And right now, it may not be a World Series contender. As much as we love these rookies, 4 rookies in the starting lineup, we love that. But they need to get into a position where they can be World Series contenders. The newsflash here, too, is the New York Yankees are in second place in the AL East, I believe by a game right now to the Rays. Yeah, game. Half game out of first. Aaron Judge is not playing baseball right now for the Yankees. So the Yankees are staying above water, if not even more so than that, without their best player on their roster. And that's what scares me a little bit, too. We've talked, for weeks now, a couple weeks, about should the Guardians be worried about trying to win the AL Central or just trying to be one of the best teams in the AL. At one point, I thought they may be the best team in the American League record-wise. Now it does look like they're just trying to jockey with the White Sox. I just hope the Dolans don't adopt that mindset of, well, hey, we're just going to win the Central. We'll get a better, ranking in the seeds for the postseason, and we'll see what we can do against New York. Because we've seen that. We've seen that before.
Well, Moon, you just said it. We were off air. You brought up the projections right now. If the season ended today, the AL Central champion is the 2 seed. Right. So, yeah, I mean, they might be able to get both of those birds with one stone, where you can limp into a Central Division championship and somehow still get a bye in the first round. So, yeah, again, the whole fact that they have been able to win on a budget has not really helped out the people who want them to spend money because, you look at them by and large, the last, the Tito years and the Voter years, they win more than they lose. They're in the playoffs more than they're not. And that reinforces the philosophy is working. So why should they change it?
Yeah, and that's where you look at it from like a budget standpoint. It's like, okay, if a credit card company is looking at you and saying, okay, how are you spending? And, like, oh, I'm struggling here, struggling there. But then, like, all of a sudden, you know what? I'm okay. Guess what? You better make it work. Here's my other – Eli, do you have a response? I have something to bring up about the offense here. Did you have a response to what Rob said?
Not necessarily a response. I guess I would just say, here's the reason. Here's, and I'll hand it off to you, AA. Here's the reason why a lot of people my age, though, and our age, AA, and not saying Rozycki's an old man by any stretch. He's still in his prime. But there's a reason why people around AA and I's age right now are giving up on the Guardians. And besides stepping out to a random weekend game or weekday game that you can get out to because it's, dollar dog night, you'd rather choose a concert right now to go walk in the park, go canoeing. I mean, there's a ton of different things to do. Sure, we'll show love to the Guardians, but you can only love somebody so much that really doesn't love the city. And that's what the Dolans portray by being the owners. I'm not saying the Guardians roster, but the Dolans truly don't care about the city of Cleveland because they've never invested once besides Edwin Encarnacion. They went on and got a trade through Andrew Miller. Those are the 2 biggest moves you can think of in the Dolans' tenure. Besides that, they haven't inked Frankie. Frankie Lindor walked to the Mets, and I understand maybe he was out of our price range. They didn't even attempt to bring Frankie Lindor back. You have that. If Jose didn't take a hometown discount, you would have lost him. Let's be real. There's a world where Jose Ramirez would have just been like, I'm going to go to the Mets or somewhere, or the Yankees or whoever. There's a legit world where you're looking at an even crazier Guardians roster that has no recognizable people to casual fans. So how are you going to get them in? I'm not saying the Guardians roster doesn't care. They care. The players care. It's like the discussion we had last offseason. The Guardians roster cares. The players, the manager, Stephen Vogt, they care. The Dolans, they care about just staying just competitive enough where they're just in the discussion of Cleveland. And if that's the case, hand the keys over to David Blitzer. Like, immediately. Like, speed up the process. Get him in here next week. Like, I'm done with it. That's where I'm at, Double. Your offensive stat, though.
So let me ask you both this. We're 44-40. Are we outkicking our own coverage? Because offensively, the Cleveland Guardians are 25th in home runs after today. And in terms of batting average,
29.
We are 29th. And we are low in a lot of other offenses.
You are, they are 27th, and this was as of yesterday, 27th in OPS, 28th in slugging, and I think they're 29th overall in on-base plus slugging, bottom 3 in home runs. They do have a decent amount of doubles for the amount of hits they haven't gotten, and they're averaging, I believe it's about 3.84 runs a game. That's good enough for, I think, second to last in baseball.
I mean,
So are we out kicking Eli I'm looking at 44-40. I mean, thank goodness we have phenomenal, great starting pitching again.
Right.
Thank goodness
That's
that
what it
Caleb
is.
Smith
That's what it is.
has come through again for the most part. But offensively, are we even fortunate that they have 44 wins to this point?
Well, I mean, and Rozycki and you have both brought it up. I mean, the injuries are, significant at times. I mean, let's think about it. They have had Gabriel Arias, who started to find some sort of pop in his bat, at least with the home run ball. Then he goes to the injured list. And then, obviously, most recent with DeLauder, I know he's back now, but DeLauder missing, 11 games. You have Jose still on the IL. Angel Martinez is out for the foreseeable future. So you're just seeing a myriad of injuries. So I will give them a little bit of credit that they've been able to stay above 500, stay in the AL Central race. But I just think the Dolans are misunderstanding the assignment. Like, the assignment isn't to just win the AL Central. Rob, we've won the AL Central quite a number of times in the last 10 years. It's not even about that anymore. I'd rather, and I know it sounds crazy, even if they were to make a trade and somehow not win the Central, but I'd rather go get a big bat, and you're still a wild card team. I still would feel better about the roster if you just get into the postseason with a Yordan Alvarez or some of these other guys. Obviously, Arias isn't an option anymore, and I don't know how he would fit in on this team with an infielder. I get that. But
I heard Joe Adell mentioned too.
I love Joe Adell. From the Angels, I love Joe Adell. He is so much fun. We joke all the time, either he's going to rob a home run or the home run's going to hit him in the top of the head and it's going to go over the fence. That's happened twice this year. But, Joe Adell would be a lot of fun. I guess, Rob, maybe I'm crazy, man. Maybe I am. But I just think the Dolans are misunderstanding the assignment. The assignment isn't just to win the AL Central anymore. It is to go win the World Series. You owe it to your longest tenured Guardian on the roster, one of the best players in franchise history, and at least go. If you're going to swing and miss, that's okay. We've seen swings and misses here as Guardians fans. Nick Swisher, Michael Bourne, I can keep going on and on.
That's a perfect example. The swing and miss for both of those two guys set this team back for 3 years.
Fair.
That's what they're so deathly afraid of, because, okay, if I'm trying to help out Jose, if I'm trying to bring in these big bats and I make a big swing and I make a big miss, I mentioned those prospects about how guys playing here in Lake County or even under that, they're being counted on to be playing for this team in 2030, 2032. You trade those guys away for nothing and it doesn't work, then you screwed yourself for 4 to 5, 6, however long on that rate. That's what they're afraid of. That's what they don't want. And they say, okay, it would be worth giving Jose a 6 out of 10 chance to win the World Series this year, instead of, okay, we'll shoot for the moon. If it works, it's a 9 out of 10 chance. But if it doesn't, we're not going to be in it for the next 4 to 5 years. What are you doing to Jose then? What are you doing to Jose's career legacy then when all of a sudden he's losing 95 games a year?
But my counterpoint to that, and I don't know if you have any words on this, AA, and I'll hand it off to you, but my counterpoint to that, Rob, is we've also seen, you brought up the Dolans love seeing in the Guardians' way, and I know it is. I'm not arguing that fact, is going through the farm system, getting these guys their development and getting them through. But, Rob, they always leave because they're going to go get paid somewhere else.
Well, it's not even that. I think they've had like 3 players who have debuted after Frankie Lindor that have an OPS over 700. Like, there's nobody. Who's leaving? Tyler Freeman, who's leaving? All these prospects that are just popping. Nolan Jones is leaving. Like,
right?
There's nobody that's really coming up and doing anything.
But I get that. But I guess what I'm saying, and I'll hand it off to you to AA, is like, my thing is, we're so invested in the farm and the growth of this team, but then when it comes, and maybe it'll change under David Blitzer, but when it comes to, and let me just step back, the whole ideology of the franchise may change under Blitzer, but right now under the Dolans, they're like, let's get this camaraderie, let's keep these guys together until they're due for a contract because they've been busting their ass. They did what you were expecting, the farm system to develop, and then you don't pay them. So what's the exact difference of letting a farm team just middle out right here in the ALCS, ALDS range, or just going for it? You can always regroup in the farm. The Guardians do a great job with the farm system.
I guess as a front office executive, right, would you be more, because from a fan standpoint, I'm all in terms of what Eli is saying. It's just like, come on, it's the same song and dance, that kind of deal. Until the regular season, we get caught into it with baseball especially, right? But I guess as a front office executive, would you be more happy if you had to elevate your rookies, your farm system, to the big spotlight and they actually perform, or if you trade it for an outsider that's already.
If this would work, if this actually works, they'd look like freaking geniuses.
Exactly.
If this were, they would look like this, and they'd be making headlines for, oh my God, you spent $70 million on your team and you're going to the World Series.
Yeah, I mean, not to point out a different sport, but we've heard it here in Cleveland. The reason why Andrew Berry has his job here in Cleveland is because of the draft that he had last year.
Right.
That's the sole reason why he's still here. And I think it's kind of the same. I mean, nobody's job's on the line here with the Guardians, but it's kind of the same deal where you look at today a guy who suddenly became one of the guys, Chase DeLauder, who was out for 11 games, comes back in today and has a spotlight moment in the 8th inning. And then, Parker Messick, he's going to be pitching tomorrow. Like, they're looking at these guys and saying, look, we're paying these kids on a penny. and
I mean,
helping our team.
You want to look at it from a front office criticism and a front office evaluation. You mentioned Messick. Eli talked about the 4 rookies that were in the lineup today. You throw in Petey Halpin on top of all this stuff.
Right.
They're playing offensively regularly 5 rookies. They're their number 2, number 3 starter is a rookie. And you just asked, they're 4 games over 500. How are you feeling about that? Like, if you and throw in the fact too that their offense, their leader in batting average and RBI is Brian Rocchio, and and the leader in home runs is Angel Martinez, who hasn't played in a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So they're doing all of this, and they're still 4 games over. I'm thinking if I'm the Guardians, I'm looking at that as what the metrics are this season. I'm patting myself on the back, and I'm saying, yeah, we're going to keep this moving forward because we're paying for 10 cents a win right now, and we're going to keep on going that way.
But I disagree. Real quick, Double A, I disagree with that, Rob. I know we got to go to break here in a little bit. My final point on that is this. If you're the Guardians, that should be an alarming thing, that you're 4 games above 500, and that the way you're playing right now. You're I know the 3 out of 4, but before that there was a bad stretch before. So you're looking at all that. It should be like a, oh my goodness moment. We know that we're at least able to hang above 500 because we've brought up basically everybody besides Ralphie Velasquez now on the offensive side. But now we realize there's a ceiling if we continue to go the way we're going. We need to go get more ammunition. 1, because we owe it to Jose, and this offense needs more popping on a consistent basis. You can't count on just the rookies. And 2, what's there? And I would obviously, we hope not. What's there to say if DeLauder goes back on the injured list for a longer extended time? What's there to say if some of these other guys that are contributing right now go on the injured list, have missed time right around the postseason? Now you're back into the spot in a way you were in 2016 when Michael Martinez was swinging the last, at bat for the Guardians at that time, or the Indians at the time. That's what should scare the Guardians, the front office. That's what should scare the Dolans is what happens if one of these guys or 2 of these guys go back on the IL at a pivotal time. You'll lose the Central, and maybe at best you're playing the Yankees or whoever in the first round, or you're out of the playoffs completely. I mean, that's the reality.
Well, because while you mentioned the ceiling, and that is the way that you probably could look at it, the floor is lower because of the expanded wild card. And I say that because there are more buyers. So they might be looking at this, and we'll get closer to the trade deadline as we, go into July. They may look at this and say, who's available that could come here? I think it would be different if there was only 1 wild card spot available or even 2 wild card spots available. I'm looking right now. It's a Cardinal sin to look at the wild card race in June, but I'm going to look at it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 teams are within 6 games.
I was going to say there's only 6 teams that are more than 5 games out right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody there are maybe 5 or 6 bona fide sellers out there right now, which makes and I'm no good at economics, but I do know supply and demand. And if the supply is lower, the demand will be higher.
Right.
There
And-
are only
Go ahead,
there are only in both leagues combined. We're including the National League. There are only 6 teams.
Yeah.
That you could say, they're not going to the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
I think because of that, though,
Mm.
they're saying even if we do fall, worst case scenario, the White Sox just take off
Mhm.
and they just run. Worst case scenario. Well, can you stay within pace of Seattle? And that I hate to say it like that, but if they could do that, and then the worst thing happened, Eli, to your point, well, what if even we are out of the Central? What if all of a sudden the team ahead of us just falls apart in September?
That's what I'm saying. You know, I'll hand it back to you, Rozycki. I know we got to put a bow on this
Happened
in a
last
second.
year.
Yeah, and to add to that, Double A, and I'll hand it back to you, Rob. My fear is the AL West right now is just underachieving. Clearly, I mean that's obvious. There's no way the Rangers, Mariners, and Astros, maybe the Astros, I know they're getting a little bit older, but the A's have been fun at times. 2 or 3 of those teams are gonna be well above 500 after the break. We see it all the time. Second half teams after the All-Star break, teams catch fire. Guardians caught fire, for example, after the All-Star break last year. So I just fear that the White Sox win the Central or go crazy, go win the Central. Yeah, the Yankees and the Rays are both going to hit slots. That leaves you 2 slots. Are you going to be able to beat out the AL West? Excuse me. You have the AL West as a division winner as well. So now you're down to 1 slot. Can you beat out Athletics, Astros, and Rangers and Mariners? I don't know if you do. I don't know if you do if you stay put. That's what I got, Rob.
I will say that there's 3 teams in the American League with a positive run differential. One of them is the Rays, and they're just. I'm sorry, 4 teams. The Rays are in there too. But the reality is that you have the Rays and the Yanks having a dogfight for the AL East, and then everybody else is within about 4 or 5 games of each other. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to figure out what. Yes, Double A?
No, I'm looking at the run differential like
Yeah.
you was bringing
Oh,
up. The only
everyone.
2 teams that are like, 3 that are like, whoa, right?
Yeah.
The Dodgers
Dude.
plus 152, Milwaukee plus 120, and the New York Yankees plus 102. Nobody else is close.
Where the American League is at, as of press time right now, the Minnesota Twins are 2 games out of the wild card spot. So, yeah, this is just and I think that's what the temptation is for fans. We're all sitting here going, bro, it's not going to take much. It's going to be one guy. It's going to be one move. It's going to be one thing that could make this thing a legitimate lineup. And yeah, give this team a contingency plan if you do lose a Martinez or a DeLauder or anybody, Stephen Kwan, anybody else going right now. That is kind of vital to the operation. But as long as they have their pitching, they will be competitive in this mess. I love the fact that the stat becomes older and older every week I say it, and it's still true. They've had 5 starting pitchers all year. They're the only team that can say that. Seattle actually has a 6-man rotation, but yet they have had guys go in and out. The Guardians have not had 1 start scratched all year. And even with, the conversation has always been the top 4 guys, if it's Messick, if it's Gavin Williams, if it's Tanner Bybee or Joey Cantillo, those guys are pitching well. And then let's see if Slade can kind of keep up. Slade Ciccone pitched, 6 innings of shutout ball yesterday, and he's throwing maybe one, averaging about 1 run a start for this month. So he's getting in line. He's not pitching like a 5th starter. So if that can keep happening, and this bullpen is not as great as it was maybe 2 years ago, but it's still pretty damn good. If that can hold up in a league that is just so delightfully average right now, the Dolans, it's good that we're this close, 1 move away from being a top dog, but it's also bad because the Dolans are seeing that, hey, what we're doing is kind of working right now. Let's just see if we get hot at the right time.
I'm just letting you guys know before we go to break. I will crash out if we miss the playoffs because we stayed put. I'll crash out right on whatever episode of Main Event that Sunday after we find out if we missed the playoffs and we stayed put and wasted another year of Jose Ramirez's career. I will legitimately crash out on these airwaves. I just want it to be known ahead of time so nobody's surprised.
That would be Sunday, September 27th.
Oh, it's my sister's birthday. I don't know how bad of a mood I can be in on my sister's birthday. I mean,
don't underestimate yourself, Eli.
I'm gonna be mad at the Guardians. Bad birthday. Yeah.
Oh, bro, like the guys I work with, when stuff happens, it's craters are in the studio floor. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, the trade deadline's top of August, so they got about a month and a half to react, 5 weeks to react. So obviously we will keep you posted and react to whatever moves they make or do not make. And we'll see this team kind of progress into the season. But this is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. Double A mentioned Andrew Berry and his draft class that was lauded from 2025. Up next, we'll talk a little bit about that draft class and compare it to these Guardians, these young bucks who are up here right now, who are shredding it, at least right now, for this Major League Ball club. What rookie class do you think is better? What rookie class would you take? If this was a Avengers Civil War kind of thing, which one would win in a fist fight? We'll delve into all of these questions. And then obviously we got some Cavs talk coming up. We'll figure out what we've learned, go over some news and notes, get you going on your way this Sunday night here on the main event on the Inside Edge Net. We got Double A, we got Eli Moon, I'm Rob, and we'll be back.
Key Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at KeyOnSports.com or on YouTube at Key Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order Dubby Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code INSIDEEDGE10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. Handcrafted with natural essential oils and clean ingredients, they offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances. Perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you or your special someone. Courtesy of Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers, use that promo code INSIDEEDGE20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at SportsMemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the SportsMemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to SportsMemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, guess what? We have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Use the QR code on your screen right now to check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's InsideEdgeNetwork.com.
What's going on, Inside Edge Network? It's Omar Clausel Jr. from The Morning Show. Had a great one today, just going through the table. It's going to be a big weekend. And we covered the United States men's national team just going and dropping a game, just like I hope they don't do that later on in the cup. We're getting to the group stage, man. You got to play harder football than that. We also had a new release Friday, so we checked out Eli and I. Talked a little bit about the new releases coming out music-wise. I've talked about the films that came out, and we just kind of shouted out the community. So check it out if you missed it. InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you can find us. Thanks for tuning in, man. And, check out the rest of the great shows that we have on here.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick.
With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh.
I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Discover our collection of handcrafted candles. That's right, every product is thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Our candles are hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks, offering a long-lasting burn and rich fragrances. Create a cozy, safe ambiance for your home with candles from Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northern Ohio but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more at MosserMomentsPhotography.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. MosserMomentsPhotography.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. I'm Rob Rozycki. We got AA Anthony Alford, Eli Moon. And yes, we are on the second segment, our 20-minute mark, just 50 minutes in. We're doing pretty good, gentlemen. I think we should just rename this thing to I Digress with Rob, Anthony, and AA, and Moon.
Yeah, Rob, Anthony,
10 years ago.
Dude, could you imagine a show with AA and Anthony Alford? I don't know if the world could handle that. Which one? I think AA would be the unhinged one, and Anthony Alford would be like the professional, like, hey, you can't say that on the air. But,
Yeah, well, AA's, he's the one who goes on air, and Anthony is the PD that he emails me 16 times a week and does all the clerical stuff.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, in fairness, and let's dive back into it, but in fairness, we don't see, we talk throughout the week, but this is like our catch up, man. Like, we don't come sit on the couch and kick it. This is like us sitting on the couch and chopping it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We definitely do not set any records for being able to get into topics quickly. So, and I've just understood that, and that's okay. That's okay. That's fine.
I love your shirt, by the way, Rob.
Yeah,
Well, I
you
figured
got a
since
shirt change middle of the show.
yeah, that's what took me a little long with the break here. I figured since you were doing the whole island whatever here, I decided to bust out the Hawaiian shirt here, the beach wear.
I love
Apparently, we're stealing Kyle Cornell's gimmick.
Yeah.
I don't think I didn't notice. Apparently, we're stealing his Friday Hawaiian shirt gimmick.
Okay, well, I mean,
Switched it.
I look forward to hear from his to hear from his legal representation on any sort of intellectual property we're hinging on. But yes, no problem at all.
Healthy X. All right, Rob. Let's get it back on track.
All right, sports stuff now, I guess. Yes, so we are, just talked about the Guardians youth movement here. We got the number 1 overall pick a couple of years ago, Travis Bazzana. We got, obviously, Cooper Ingle, Khalil Watson. They're making some hay in the lineup right now. Chase DeLauder, he was the hero today. And a slew of other people have been up here for the Cleveland Guardians. And that got us thinking a little bit. We have youth movements happening right now in baseball and in football. The Cleveland Browns, obviously, Double A mentioned it last break that, talking a little bit about Andrew Berry keeping his job because of the rookie class he drafted. It was that good. And we were thinking, if you were to put these rookie classes up against each other, I don't think in a fist fight, because anything with Mason Graham on it, I'll probably take that one in a fist fight.
Yeah.
But if you were to just with the idea of hope, with the idea of being able to be a ground floor for a team to kind of win in the future for the next 5-6 years with, which rookie class was better? Which rookie class has the edge right now? I understand it's a discussion you really can't have for a couple of years until you see how all of this stuff kind of breaks out. But, a half a season in with the Guardians here, a full season in with the Browns, where do those rookie classes kind of stack up against each other?
Double A, I was a little long-winded with those Guardians. I'll hand this off to you first.
No, you're good. I think with the Guardians right now, I think if it all plays out the way we think it could with these guys, you have all number 1s across the board. Now, we're featuring less in terms of just logically, just less people compared to the Browns. But, obviously, Messick, I mean, we had a discussion back in early April, like, okay, who's the true number 1 starting pitcher? Who could be the number 1 starting pitcher by the end of the season? I'm like, don't look now, but Parker Messick all of a sudden is like putting in like classic outings night in and night out. Mm-hmm. And DeLauder, we see his value. And of course, Bazzana, like we see it with these guys, with the Guardians. So they can prove themselves night in and night out. My answer on this day would be the Guardians. Obviously, with the Cleveland Browns, it does come down to Shedeur Sanders. But the other factor, and I know part of the prereq of this conversation is not necessarily to fully evaluate wins and losses in totality, right? Mm-hmm. But if we're saying the Cleveland Browns have a foundational roster that's just built on rookies, the Browns have a shot here to have multiple foundational pieces for years to come based on last year's draft class. So for that reason, it is a tough discussion, but I would say the Guardians at this moment and moving forward, they have true anchors of their team offensively and of course with the pitching rotation from this year's rookie class. And that's not even including the new names that have entered the conversation even this past weekend. So I would say right now the Guardians, but it's a very, very tough conversation.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I wonder, right, where the Guardians and the Browns, these rookie classes will look in 2, 3, 4 years when these guys are due up for contracts. The one thing I can give Jimmy Haslam a lot of credit for, and I don't give him a lot of credit on anything really, to be honest, But what I will give him credit for is at least he's willing to say, I'll give you a second contract and see it through. If you had a few good years, you were shaky, I'll see it through. So we at least know there's longevity with that. I mean, he gave Deshaun Watson a crazy contract. He's also paid out his other guys in terms of draft picks. Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett was inked, obviously to an extension before we moved off him this offseason. He's inked him. He's inked other guys to keep them long term. The Guardians, we just talked about the last segment, are very notorious for loving their farm system until the farm system is not a prospect anymore and actually a all-star, star-type player, and then they let them walk. So for that reason, I guess, Double A, I do agree with you. Today, the Guardians are better. But I think this 2025 Browns draft class will end up being a better draft class. And I think if we're talking about just for Cleveland's sake. Now, I'm not saying Travis Bazana, if he were to leave, I know that's a scary thought. I know he's in his rookie year. But let's just talk long term.
He's just started. He's just started, Eli. Don't bring that to
But that's the way these guys do it, unfortunately, the Dolans. And it may change under Blitzer. I know that we talked about the ownership change, too. It could change. But right now, just going off what we know, the Guardians let these guys walk after the contracts are going to be a little too pricey. And Jimmy Haslam will ink them. So I think there's a stronger chance of longevity. The thing the Guardians have going for them is they're just a better run franchise. So you have better run franchise that they don't want to pay, and a bad franchise a lot of the times that does want to pay. So that's like where you weigh those out. But I will say, and I agree with Double A, it does rely on Shedeur Sanders. It relies on some of these key pieces. I give Carson Schwestinger a lot of credit, Rob, and Double A. I give him a lot of credit because since Myles Garrett is traded the day after, he gave pretty much one of the strongest press conferences I could think of from a Cleveland Brown this offseason, where he basically asked him about the Myles Garrett trade. He said, yeah, trades are going to happen, basically. I was out there golfing. He basically switched to business as usual. Let's get back after it. And somebody had to step up on this team. I know Denzel Ward's obviously on the roster, still the longest tenured Brown on the defense and on the team, I believe, at this point. So besides him, though, somebody had to step up. So Schwestinger is going to be, like Double A said, a cornerstone guy. Mason Graham is going to be on the defensive line for a long time in Cleveland. We're going to see that. And Shedeur Sanders has the opportunity, if the Browns give it to him, to be the starting quarterback for the next 10, 15 years. That is still on the table. Double A and I are very high on him. I know, Rob, we've had discussions on the main event. I just believe that's a big thing. But Judkins, I think, even if he's not a tailback, like workhorse, number one, go out and get you 12 to 1,500 rushing yards, I do think he's somebody that's going to be very, very solid for the Browns. And this is my last thought, real quick. Harold Fannin is going to enter the top 5 tight end discussion this year. He is. He's going to. He is. George Kittle's high on him. He loves him. Other tight ends have talked about him. Media has talked about him. I think Harold Fannin is going to step up and make Double A proud, and all Bowling Green State alum.
He made Shedeur look good last year.
He did.
He made him look good.
And that's why, for those reasons, for the Browns at least, if they see improvement and they see these guys developing into strong cornerstone pieces, they will ink them. They don't just move off of them. The Guardians, we could have a fun 3-4 year run, and then all these guys are gone. And that's a very sobering thought, but that is the reality. So I choose the 2025 Cleveland Browns as the better rookie class in Cleveland.
Well, and it's tough to judge these because it's different rules. Like how long, if you, Mason Graham, when you say long time, and Schwestinger, long time, how long is that in the NFL?
I would say, so, I mean, obviously we've seen some scary things, right, with JOK and the injuries. But, Rob, I would imagine they're going to have like a Myles Garrett type run, if not longer. Myles Garrett was here for what? 9 years? So he spent, 8 years, I believe. So, I mean,
that's
something
my
like
point.
That.
Is all of these rookie class, if the rules are to stay the same, and I just have to assume right now with the collective bargaining stuff, operating on this one.
Right.
If those rules stay the same, all of those guys will go free agent in 2033. That's 7 years.
Right.
So when you're talking about, that's basically 2 contracts in the NFL.
Fair.
So, the Dolans dragging their feet is going to basically cost them about as much as Jimmy Haslam re-signing these guys for multiple contracts. So that's a little bit different. The other thing is too, and when you start talking about these rookie classes, where you look at the Guardians in baseball in general, the Browns, they had the 1 first-round pick last year, right? That was it. It was Mason Graham, right?
Right.
Correct.
Khalil Watson was a first-round pick for the Marlins a couple years ago. DeLauder was a first-round pick for us a couple years ago. Parker Messick was a second-round pick for us a couple years ago. Bazana, we all know, number 1 overall. Mm-hmm. So we're getting the cream of the crop. We're getting multiple 1s, multiple 2s, multiple 3s in football terms coming up there right now. So it's a little hard to kind of see the ability to draft. And like, again, they're rookie classes. They're not the same draft classes. So it's kind of a little bit of an apples and oranges, especially with the timeline. That being said, I don't want to sound like this is the normal take here in Cleveland, but for this question, like a lot of other things, the pressure's all on Shedeur. If the Browns can net a quarterback to go with the defensive tackle, to go with the linebacker, to go with the tight end, and I do agree with you. I think Harold Fannin, maybe not this year, the next couple of years will be considered a top echelon tight end in the NFL. If they can get the quarterback to go and the running back to go with all of those guys, then you would have to say without the shadow of a doubt that this rookie class for the Browns is far more foundational than anything the Guardians could do. The Guardians would have to basically bring up another Jose Ramirez to go along to kind of compete with that. Because, it's the NFL, man. It's if you get the quarterback, it's a good draft class. It doesn't matter if none of the other picks hit. It's a good draft if you can find the guy who's going to be your dude for a decade plus. Because that's the only position in this draft class that isn't a 7 to 8 year commitment. If you find your quarterback, we're good until 2040. So if Shedeur is the guy, or if somehow beyond the shadow of all the doubt here, if Dylan Gabriel goes through some Steve Rogers, Captain America kind of serum situation here and does it, if one of those guys is the quarterback, then they win. But right now, if you take the quarterback out of it, I'd have to give it to the Guardians, because you do have a guy who's going to be able to play second base for you for the next 5 to 7 years. Chase DeLauder looks like he's going to be a quality major league player for a long time out in the outfield. Again, we'll see how long we can keep him. And then, Parker Messick is going to be on a Cy Young track in the next couple of years. Then, that's where you guys are going to have to go. But the Browns are not bad right now. You got the defensive rookie of the year. You got a, damn good running back. You got a damn good tight end. You got a couple of good foundational pieces here. We haven't really talked about Mason Graham all that much. The defensive tackle that will be there for a decade. So, they're not doing too bad. But I think if the Guardians keep going on this track right now between, the 3 main first round picks, and then, you hope that maybe Cooper Ingle can stick around for a while, or Watson can stick around for a while. If one of those guys hang with them and is an everyday major leaguer, you got 3 everyday major league players in one rookie wave. So that's not bad, especially when the Guardians haven't gotten 3 offensive rookies to come up and be effective in the last 15 years combined.
Rob, let me ask you this, just to piggyback off of a point that you made and probably what we talked about earlier in the show with the Guardians. Do you believe that the offensive rookies that we've talked about with our baseball team could have within the next 2 to 3 years, I'm going to shorten the window here, the next 2 to 3 years to somewhat of the offensive impact close that Jose has had, or like be a cornerstone offensive asset for this team?
I think Bazana is on that list, and a lot of it has to do with the position he plays. If they have a guy who can hit 280 every year, 260, somewhere in that range, good for 15 dingers, and basically they got Chase Utley at that rate. They got somebody who could be a perennial all-star at second base, and if you got the stick to go along with the glove, that'll help out so much more. Chase DeLauder, I don't know if he's going to be on Jose's level. I think he's going to be, if Jose's the best Guardian I've seen, or Cleveland baseball guy I've seen in the last 20 years, I'll put Michael Brantley kind of in the tier below that. I think you might have something like that with him, a Hall of Very Good player. But you're looking around the diamond here, there's so many rookies here. You got Watson, you got Engel. Watson could be something. The fact that he's just driving in runs, he's a former first round pick. Miami kind of gave up on him a couple of years ago. He was having some behavioral issues. I think he was hitting 2-0 something in single A, and they dumped him off for Josh Bell. And if we can get his head on right, that's a first round talent in this lineup. And he's the one that's the biggest question mark with me. I think he has the highest ceiling. And then, out of those I don't think we have a Jose Ramirez though in there. I mean, those don't come along all the time. So, but you might have a couple of guys who are, if Jose's Hall of Fame, you might have a couple of Hall of very good players right behind him.
And the one thing to keep in mind too, guys, and we've kind of touched on it a little bit here, is just the impact that a good or great NFL draft class can have as opposed to an MLB draft class. Because some of the points you brought up, Rob, Khalil Watson, we may have struck gold because of Josh Bell playing half a season or so here or whatever it was. But, you look at that and then moving off of him, you look at usually rookies aren't going to develop into Jose Ramirez is superstars. They may become good
Jose
players.
Ramirez wasn't supposed to develop into Jose Ramirez.
I know, but we're just saying based off where he's doing in MLB. You're not going to see guys turn into these superstars all the time. It's why it's even more shocking Jose is where he's at, like right now. But with the NFL draft class, I feel like you can feel the impact a lot faster. All it takes is we've already seen production out of Judkins before he got hurt, Fandom before he got hurt, Schlesinger won Defensive Rookie of the Year. You saw Mason Graham hold down the line with Myles Garrett last year and those guys. You saw a lot of impact from those guys. All it takes is Shedeur Sanders getting the ball, getting the opportunity, and having a 10, 11, I know that's crazy to think about as Browns fans this year, but all it takes is a 9, 10, 11 game season, winning those games to have a discussion about how this is leaps and bounds better than the 26 Guardians rookie class, because unfortunately the Guardians rookies right now are tied to an ownership and front office that doesn't want to put them in position to win. That's the one thing these rookies have, and I know that's kind of using a little bit of the outside force, but the Browns draft class, if Shedeur gets it together, Shedeur starts, he looks good, the Browns are competitive, even if they're 7-8 games, they win this year. Then Jimmy Haslam's going to open up his pocketbook again. Andrew Berry's going to be able to get a little more creative, and they're going to go add around him. So I do think that this 25 Browns draft class may taste success. I know it sounds crazy. They may taste more success, which is getting to an AFC championship game, getting to those types of talks in the next 2-3 years before the Guardians do, just because of the ownership mindset. Jimmy Haslam does a lot of stupid crap, but one thing he will do is spend money. And that's what I think what will separate is if Haslam sees that this is an opportunity to win. Look at what the 2017 and 18 draft class. I know those are two, but you kind of combine them when you think of those. And I know it's not the same as this discussion. But when Jimmy Haslam saw there was an opportunity to win, he went for it. And obviously we fell on our face with Deshaun Watson. But he went with it because of Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward. There was an opportunity there with Baker. They were seeing success with these guys. So I do believe that's the big deciding factor is who's going to be able to put guys around the guys to win. And right now we're having a discussion about the Guardians holding them up. We're talking about the Browns will add around these guys. They're going to give Shedeur opportunities to be better.
The thing is, though, is that the Browns had back-to-back number one picks overall.
Yes.
And one was gone in 3. The other one was gone in, 9? And they were basically seen as wasting those opportunities. I don't get, when we're comparing these organizations, I understand, Jimmy Haslam will spend like a drunken sailor, and the Dolans will not. Yes. But at the same time, these organizations have let down star players before. I mean, we talk about, the Dolans letting down Jose the last few years. The Browns let down Myles Garrett. The Browns let down Baker Mayfield. The Browns let down Joe Hayden. The Browns let down Joe Thomas. The Browns let down Phil Dawson. The Browns let down Josh Cribbs.
But the Browns haven't had. But to that point, Rob, and then I know you have something to say as well, Double. To that point, though, the Browns draft classes, even back then, the Joe Hayden draft, the Joe Thomas draft, those drafts were not as strong as some of these drafts we've seen over the last 10 years. 2017 was strong, led by Myles Garrett. 2018, at the time, was super strong. Baker Mayfield, who did become the guy for a short time here. Denzel Ward, who's still here in Cleveland. You had a lot of opportunity in that 2017 and 18 draft class. And yes, again, we're not talking about a championship or anything like that because of two things. One, I'm still salty about the Kansas City playoff game and the helmet-to-helmet hit and Chad Henne doing all that.
Definitely.
There would have been a different discussion because that team was on a heater. It was on a heater, and
if you did a time travel of one sports moment that could change almost everything, it's that result in that moment with the helmet to helmet.
Yeah, and I want to be clear here too because we got some comments coming in here. We have Kyle Cornell of the Side Hustle Wrestling Podcast and Unfiltered to say the Browns will be in the AFC title game in 2 years is wild, bud. Indians have always drafted better. This is an easy one. Kyle, now I'm not saying they exactly get there, but I'm saying into that discussion, being in the divisional round, being one of those last 4 teams in the AFC. I know it sounds far-fetched right now, but it's a quarterback play away. That's why, again, if Deshaun Watson worked out, which I didn't feel good about it when it happened, but if it would have worked out, we would have had strong quarterback play, which is what the Browns were seeking, even though I don't know what they felt was wrong with Baker besides him being hard-headed. But if they would have had that happen, they would have been in a different discussion. They would have been being talked about as one of the best teams in the AFC. They had a strong defense led by Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward, and they had offensive guys around Deshaun when he first came here. Nick Chubb, before the injury was still going on. There was things there. So that's where I'm at. I just believe if Shedeur Sanders' quarterback play is elevated, we're having a different discussion. To your point, Rob, it all starts with the quarterback.
So I have 2 things. Number one, on the Guardians side, because the Guardians' offensive numbers are piss poor as a team, you will see immediate impact if these rookies help boost those numbers in the second half of the season. So on the surface level, the Guardians might take the lead on this if the offensive numbers improve.
Well, both teams are at an equal playing field because both of these teams' offenses are piss poor.
Right. But I'm saying with the Guardians, you'll see the immediate result because, again, we are 28th in hits.
Everything.
We're second to third from last.
I think the Mud Hens are better than us in a couple of those stats. Yeah.
Yes, they are. I've been to a few Mud Hen games. I understand. Now, I'm going to throw gasoline at this.
Okay.
Eli, you won't like this. Rob, I don't even know where you're going to stand with this. So, if you truly believe the Browns rookie class, that 2025 class is phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
Take out Shedeur Sanders, put in Deshaun Watson.
Oh, you made me so mad just now.
Made me mad too.
Ownership is telling you.
You brought down the vibe, dude. You just absolutely just shit on this vibe, man.
You just got Rob mad. I've never seen somebody mad in a Hawaiian shirt. Like, how the hell did you do that?
Ownership is basically telling you, man, this draft class we have in 2025 is great. Now Deshaun Watson's ready to go.
But I'm going to defer to our guy G. Bush, friend of the program. He was on Midnight Run with AA, and he said when the pads go on, that's when we have a discussion. Because all the talks of Deshaun Watson, and again, from credible reporters, and respect to the reports out there, but Deshaun Watson being leaps and bounds essentially the guy, and ever since they put the pads on, Shedeur has been gaining steam. They've been talking about Shedeur's making this a competition. We're going to have discussion all offseason long, and I understand that, AA, and if that is the case, then we're having a different discussion because I think their ceiling is so capped with Deshaun Watson as a quarterback. But if Shedeur comes out of this battle, this quarterback battle, and he's the guy, I think we're having a different discussion. I'm not saying they win 11 or 12 games this year, but I think we see offensive production out of a young rookie, second year. A lot of these guys are second years now with Todd Monken. The whole big reason we brought Todd Monken is to develop young players in the offense and set a scheme.
Isn't that why you brought Stefanski in?
Yeah, that guy. Good luck, Atlanta. The only thing, in terms of this discussion.
Sorry to stop you in your tracks. I did not mean to do that.
I just had flashbacks of Kevin Stefanski sitting at the podium and being like, I don't know.
Those are horrible.
This one's on me, guys. This one's on me.
I'd rather hear Hugh Jackson say I'd watch the film again. Like, goodness gracious.
Well, with this discussion, if the thought is you insert, I'm not saying do it. I'm Team Shedeur Sanders.
Right.
So this is not me talking. I'm just saying their thought, if you put in Deshaun Watson and this rookie class can still perform with that guy under center, they should get the W in this conversation.
Well, the thing is, though, and this, and I just thought of this while we're talking here. You want to talk about the, switching guys out and stuff like that, and the way these teams are. We're asking these two rookie classes to be doing two different things, though, aren't we? We're asking this Browns rookie class to be the foundation for a new culture, foundation for a new run. We're asking these Guardians to take a team that did not win, did not go 3-13 last year. They were in the playoffs. They were in the playoffs the year before that. They were in the ALCS 2 years ago. This is a team that is trying to go into a new level here of winning. The Browns are just trying to find a level of winning at this point in time. So they're being asked to do two different things. If you put this amount of, you take the amount of talent, take the football part of it, but if you could find a rookie class as talented as the Browns rookie class and put them on a team that got knocked out in the first round of the playoffs last year, or put them on the Lions that were a whisker away from making the playoffs, that's a different ball game. So, the team's success in trying to judge this line for line is going to be tough. Okay, the Guardians could go to the ALCS this year, and that rookie class isn't seen nearly as talented as the Browns, who managed to win 4 games or 5 games this year.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, Rozycki, but and that may be like what some other people are viewing it as. I'm viewing it as, I believe that this Browns draft class could be the catapult for, in a year or two, them getting further along in their league, the NFL, than the Guardians rookie class will. I think the Guardians...
Well, the Guardians doesn't have to catapult it. It just has to boost it.
Right, I get that, but the discussion would be they haven't been to the World Series since 2016. So let's say the Guardians get back to the World Series for the first time since 2016. It's going to be off of a lot of the backs of these rookies. Bazana, Watson, DeLauder. We're having that discussion. I'm saying I think the Browns draft class in 2025 will ultimately have more success that they brought to the franchise than this Guardians rookie class. I truly think some of these guys are gone. Maybe not Bazana, obviously not Bazana, not DeLauder, but I think the Guardians, especially under David Blitzer, I just have a feeling that it's going to look a little different. I think they're going to spend more under Blitzer. I don't think you'll see as many farm guys. You may see prospects or second, third, fourth-year players being moved for higher contracts. It's tough to tell because that's an unknown too. We're talking about Jimmy Haslam's not going anywhere unless randomly tomorrow he announces he's not going to be the Browns owner. He's not going anywhere.
And then we'll have another parade in Cleveland.
Right. But then you have David Blitzer, who's waiting in the wings. So we don't really even know what this rookie class is viewed like to him. What is he thinking? Is he just going, I love these guys, I'm going to build with them for the next 5-6 years? Or is he saying, man, there's some star players I could finagle around and get them in Cleveland?
Quick, because I know we got a break. By 2029, and I put 2029 because that's when the new stadium opens for Cleveland, for the Browns. Mm-hmm. By 2029, who will be more successful, the 25 Browns or the 26 Guardians rookie class?
Rozycki brought up a good point.
How do you define success?
That's what I was going to ask.
How do you define success in answering that question? Because I do think, honestly, Rob, to that point, I think they're both hard.
I think they're going to win more games. I think the Guardians are going to win more games, percentage-wise. Of course, they're going to win more games than they've already won more games than the Browns ever will.
I think the Guardians class will win 2 games. No. I do think, though, Rob brings up a great point, like a huge, phenomenal point. I don't think it's easy from the Guardians standpoint, these rookies, to step into a winning culture and say, oh, you need to contribute right here, now. Especially in a situation where you're putting in 4 or 5 rookies on a team that has won, that's in the playoffs, that's expected to do well. That's tough.
You think that, we've been, as fans with this Browns team the last couple of years, not expecting 10, 12, 13 wins a season, not expecting AFC title game appearances, not expecting, success every year with the Guardians. So they've been able to look around, and saying like, hey, Shador, Gabriel, Watson, Flacco, the kid from Pickett, whatever from, that you got time to develop. You have time to figure out the NFL. You have time to work this out. You have time to look bad for a while,
right?
As opposed to, hey, Cooper Ingle, you weren't expecting to come up this year at all, but since we've had a rash of injuries and nobody can hit on the big league level, you're going to be asked to come in here and somehow be the missing link to make this offense, finally actually become effective. You could say the same thing about Chase DeLauder or Bazana. Look at Bazana with number 1 overall pick was looking to jump onto a team and change the offense from the second he walked in for the better and have this team win games. That's a different kind of pressure than, hey, we'll just, let the NFL teach you for a couple of years and then we'll see if you're any good. We can get this thing moving in the future. I get the Browns are playing for the future. The Guardians' future is now.
I get that. To answer Double A's question, I'll say by 2027, the Guardians will be more of a playoff perennial team. They may get to an ALCS, something along the lines of that. And obviously, as a Guardians fan, I hope they get further. But reality is, I don't think the current construction of this roster and the way they spend will get them back to a World Series. So maybe an ALCS is their ceiling. So by 27, the Guardians will have more playoff appearances, more playoff wins, things like that. But by 2029, the Browns will still have majority of this 2025 Browns draft class. They'll all be looking, if not majority, will be looking for extensions. I think by 2027, that'll be the season they get back to the playoffs. If they don't this year, they will get back to the playoffs in 2027. And I think they're going to be discussed. I know I sound crazy. Nobody asked Eli if he took crazy pills today. I didn't. I promise you. I'm telling you, the Browns will be talked about in that second tier, trying to break through the first tier. Like we talked about with Jacksonville and some of these other teams in the last year. That's where the Browns will be by 2028. As long as Shedeur performs well and the Browns see they can invest in him, Haslam has no problem opening up the pocketbooks. But to answer your question, Double A, more success by 27, Guardians for sure, because of Rob's point, actually, and I'll tip the cap there, is they're going into a team that already has experienced success over the last 10, 15 years.
And and I don't know if you're looking at, I would say the Guardians absolutely, for the same reasons that Eli said. For they're already set up and ready to go, and the other reason too, because that they're already on an established team. This Guardians rookie class, whatever you want to call this 2025 call-ups or 2026 call-ups here, they're not as dependent upon next year's call-ups as this Browns draft class that we're talking about is dependent on this one hitting. So, if this draft class doesn't hit, then this discussion we've just had for the last half hour doesn't mean shit, because they're going to be traded away for other picks in a couple of years or anything like that. So where the Browns have a whole lot more work to do as an organization to even put that rookie class into a position to succeed than the Guardians. The Guardians, as long as that pitching holds up well, I got a feeling these rookies are going to get postseason at bats. So with the whole totality of the thing, I think the Guardians being a solid organization around this rookie class, even though they don't spend, is going to help them out more than the Browns.
My final point on this: if the Haslams see that the Browns are in the hunt graphic on Thanksgiving Day this year, they're going to look at this rookie class and say, "Oh, this is a success."
Yeah, and that's what's going to help them out. Is that again? I think the easy way to say my last 10 minutes here was that the bar is far lower right now for the Cleveland Browns. And the one thing you do have to watch out, and I will say this before we get out of here, with Blitzer, if he does come in, you take a look at guys like Stan Kroenke, who owns the Rams and a bunch of other the Nuggets, I think too. Mm-hmm. Look at the dude out in Portland, Dondon. He owns the Carolina Hurricanes, Stanley Cup champs, actually, right now. Like, that's what we're going to be getting here with Blitzer. He already owns. He's the majority owner right now of the Philadelphia 76ers. So believe me, that team likes to trust the process, and the New Jersey Devils. So I don't. When it comes down to spending, we're not used to Cleveland teams being owned by guys that have other business ventures on that kind of level. I know Haslam does what he does, but Dan Gilbert and the other one's slipping my mind here, the Dolans. That's their only business. So it's going to be kind of weird to see that they're not the only child anymore. There's now multiple kids at the table, and they're all expecting to be fed.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. You know what? It would be cool, though. It wouldn't be sick if they just both won a championship. Wouldn't that just be cool?
That got dangerously close 10 years ago. I mean, Game 7 for the Guards, and they were the Cavs had already won. I mean, that was dangerously close to happening. City of Champions all of a sudden popping this thing out.
Hey, don't forget the Browns had a parade that year too. Was that 2016 or was that 17?
It was 17, but
That's right.
It was for the 2016 season, wasn't it?
It was the 17 season. The Browns in 16 had their one win on Christmas
right.
Eve
That's
against
right.
the San Diego Chargers.
Yep.
Tell me, boy, what day is it? Yeah, it's Christmas Day. Okay, the Browns get to win a game.
Hey, the Prince of Parma, man, the pierogi king, Jamie Meter, he had the block. You know?
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what this rookie class is competing against. So yeah, that's the bar we're dealing with.
6 games.
But
it was 6 games. They're a success. Wow.
Yeah, they win 10. Their statues being built.
Yeah.
This is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. Let's take a quick break. I know we haven't been really doing anything quick for the last hour and a half. But yes, we'll actually, while I get my notes here, we'll be coming back here just a couple of minutes. Kyle Cornell had a quarterback list that seemed to be fairly controversial. Double A especially wants to weigh in on this. I'm sure we'll all have some strong opinions because, Kyle is such a sane evaluator of football talent. He's always right. I think he's still bitching about some Saints draft pick from 20 years ago. But we'll get into Kyle's quarterback list. We'll talk quarterbacks in general. And by the way, too, we need to come up. Is there any other gimmicks that Kyle has that we can steal for next segment?
Double A.
You about to be entered in a meme of the week.
Yeah, for real. You gotta be careful. You might be the meme of the week.
About to be a meme of the week. That's what.
Oh yeah. Like, dude, I'm wearing the hat right now because if I didn't, I'd be like really next to like Big Gay Al's big gay boat ride. So we don't need to be doing that from South Park. But we'll get back into it here. We'll figure out new and exciting ways to piss off Cornell. We'll go through some news and notes. Talk a little basketball here too, and then get you going on your way. This is the main event on the Inside Edge Net. We have Moon, we have Anthony, I'm Rob. We'll be back.
Key On Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key On Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key On Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at keyonsports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order Dubby Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code InsideEdge10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. Handcrafted with natural essential oils and clean ingredients, they offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances. Perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you or your special someone. Courtesy of Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers, use that promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at SportsMemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prized sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the SportsMemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to SportsMemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. SportsMemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, guess what? We have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Use the QR code on your screen right now to check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's InsideEdgeNetwork.com.
Have a great weekend, everybody. We are back, of course. Man, tell you what, Eli, it was a phenomenal opportunity to get out in the community, both Saturday and Sunday, but the Tri-C Jazz Fest was great. But as we are about to enter July, NBA free agency is about to get crazy.
It is Double A. You know, we still are wondering in terms of the trade market where Jaylen Brown's going. Is Donovan Mitchell or Evan Mobley safe? And there's a lot of free agents. I heard Bradley Beal's looking for a deal. Bradley Beal? Maybe not Bradley Beal. Maybe not Bradley Beal.
Yeah, that's a good sales pitch. Of course, the first domino we're expecting in the next coming days, James Harden to sign his new team-friendly deal. We'll see how the Cavaliers can get out of the second apron. This is the start, the process this week. Also, if you didn't know, Love Island USA is getting crazy, absolutely crazy. You thought I was unhinged. Autumn was unhinged. On Friday. Yeah. That was very unhinged, but
spiraling.
Oh yeah, he took some heat there. But hope you guys enjoyed the weekend. Again, on Monday we are locked and loaded. We got a busy week for you. Don't rest just because it's the beginning of July. We got stories for you each and every single day. And remember, at nights, 3 shows, 1 stream each weeknight starting at 10 p.m. right here on the Inside Edge Network and simulcasting at Keon Sports on Facebook and YouTube.
Bradley Beal.
Yeah, man, come on, man.
Why don't we get Ben Simmons and John Morant and what's Stephon Marbury doing?
I didn't say the Cavaliers should get him, Rob.
What's Anthony Bennett doing right now?
Somebody is going to pay Bradley Beal some money. Let's be very clear.
And that team's stupid.
Yes,
and it shouldn't be us.
I agree. I 1,000% agree. But
what's
look,
John Wall up to?
He's doing the.
You know who's thinking about getting old heads? Golden State. Well,
they just re-signed Al Horford. I know that. He's only been in the league 20 years.
Yeah.
He's the only one that can that remembers LeBron as a young player at that rate.
Hey, give Vince Carter out of retirement.
Dude, I saw Vince on TV, a couple, I think for the finals coverage. It looks like he could still play. Yeah. Jamal Crawford is also on that level too. See what he's up to. But anyway, this is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. We got Eli, we got Double A. I'm Rob, yes, we are now. We want to pick apart Kyle Cornell. Is that pretty much what I'm hearing? What Dane Brugler came out with his quarterback list, and Kyle decided to opine on his own, and there is a little bit of controversy. Is this what we're going through here? A little show-on-show violence?
Listen, it's not a bad list. It's actually a really good list. The only question, if we want to show the graphic of his list.
Yes, but before we get there, Double,
how high does he have Tyler Shook?
Don't worry.
He's not in there. No.
I want to be clear. As a producer of Unfiltered, and obviously, I got to make sure I stay unbiased here, fellas. So, Kyle, if you're listening, I am not choosing violence. We're gonna pick this list apart, but I'm going to keep it professional. Now, I cannot speak on the behalf of my bros on the screen. They might rip you to shreds. I, as the producer who works with you every day of the week, I will not rip you to shreds. Maybe this list. Nothing personal. Don't use any memes. Don't snap any pictures of us. Okay? All right, cool. Here's a list.
This is Eli saving his ass.
You do know he already has 10 pictures in the system already.
Yeah, we're in trouble. We're toast.
I'm sure me in the Hawaiian shirt was enough. Let's see.
List. Yes, top 10 quarterbacks going into 2026. My only issue was Joe Burrow at number 2. That was my only issue. And I know, and Kyle and I, we talked after the show on Friday after Midnight Run, and Joe Burrow's has some elite seasons recently. My fear is not necessarily Joe Burrow himself. It's Cincinnati. It's the offensive line and him not being able to stay healthy throughout a season. That's my worry.
He's the Jose Ramirez of the NFL. Yeah. You're the only hope, buddy. Let's see. Josh Allen. Is this a regular season list? Because, we're talking playoffs here. Josh Allen, I know Burrow's made a Super Bowl, but he hasn't made the playoffs in a couple of years. Matt Stafford. Okay, we'll go with that at number 3, even though he's older than dirt. I honestly, and I understand they didn't make the playoffs last year. They were all banged up too. But if you're going to put Joe Burrow that high, despite the injuries, why is Patrick Mahomes at number 4? Like, he's number 1 right now. Like, I don't know if there's a debate right now. And then let's see, number 5, Drake May at number 5. Was he drinking when he came up with number 5?
I thought 5 was fine for Drake May.
Yeah, I mean,
actually,
the 5th best quarterback in the NFL.
Right now, I believe this list is top 10 quarterbacks right now in the NFL.
Yep.
He is above a 2-time MVP. He is above the defending Super Bowl champion. He is above a number 1 overall pick, Jared Goff. You got the highest paid quarterback in the league, Dak Prescott, whatever that means. What? No, Drake May's played 2 years. He's, had a pretty decent run in New England for one of those years. We'll see what happens this year, but that is Drake May at 5. That is pushing it big time.
See, and I did feel a little bit away about Lamar being at number 9. I can understand where Kyle went there with it because Lamar hasn't had playoff success.
Well, then why is Josh Allen number 1?
That's the thing. It's right. Like Josh Allen, you could say has been to more AFC championship games, but they're still both coming up empty. My big thing I brought up on Midnight Run was I believe Baker Mayfield should be getting a little bit more love than he does. If we're talking about quarterbacks, are we talking about stat stuffers or are we talking about quarterbacks that can win you a game deep in the season? I know Baker has the same discussion, but I was talking about swapping out Baker for Dak Prescott at 8. I feel like Dak, ever since he lost Ezekiel Elliott in that original core that he was with, he hasn't really been anything but a stat stuffer. The Cowboys have been mediocre at best. Sure, you could say the same at times for Baker, but he's won 1, if not 2 NFC South division crowns, division titles as the Buccaneers quarterback. He also has beat the Eagles, won a playoff game in Tampa Bay. In Cleveland, he won, obviously, a playoff game here. So I believe he has more playoff wins than Dak Prescott. So if you're talking about stat stuffers, I would take, obviously, Dak Prescott over Baker Mayfield. But I would take Baker Mayfield as far as who's going to win a playoff game and who's going to go win me a important game. And they're both iffy, but I would say I would take Baker over Dak. And now the more I'm looking at it, Rob, I am getting a little uncomfortable with Lamar Jackson being at 9. I'm not going to lie. I understand he hasn't won, but, I mean, yeah, him and Josh Allen are kind of in the same discussion. At least Joe Burrow at 2, I know you brought up Burrow, but Burrow went to a Super Bowl, was one,
he's only AFC quarterback to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
Right, he's a good offensive line
up until a couple
away. Yeah, a good offensive line away, and honestly, a terrible call in the Super Bowl with Logan Wilson on that pass interference. But a few calls, and a good offensive line away from winning the Super Bowl against the Rams and that loaded team. I don't know if Burrow should be 1. I think I'm okay with him being at 2, but Mahomes at 4. I understand the injury, and people are concerned about the injury. Everything I'm hearing from reports is Patrick Mahomes is gearing up for week 1. The speculation that he's going to play week 5, week 6, week 7, he is probably going to come out week 1, put belt to ass, and remind everybody why he is the best quarterback in football. I think Josh Allen's tremendous. I guess if I were to revise it, fellas, I'd probably put Mahomes at 1. I'd probably put Joe Burrow still at 2. I'd probably put Allen at 3. And then 4 gets a little wishy-washy. I'd probably put, I don't know, man. It gets a little tricky there.
I hate to say it so far. I would take Kyle's top 3 over your top 3. There's no way. There's no. I just.
All I did was swap out. I took Mahomes and put him at 1 over Josh Allen. The guy who's won, 3 Super Bowls? 2 or 3 Super Bowls. And I'm putting Allen at 3. I'm putting Mahomes where Allen is, and I'm taking Allen, putting where Stafford is, and bumping Stafford down to 4 because of if we're going into the 26th season.
Yeah, I guess too with Allen. If you this is going to be a very tricky question I'm about to present here. If you take out results and just base this purely on talent and what you can bring, like if you place any of these quarterbacks to random team, what can they do? I think Mahomes is the smartest quarterback, obviously. I think he's the smartest. But Josh Allen, in terms of build, he's there. And I guess the one thing that's worked against Josh Allen was like, okay, lack of playoff success and not making the one extra play that's necessary to be in that position. But like last year, didn't this team put up 27 points in that game against Denver? And it wasn't good enough to win a playoff game?
I get it, but AA, to that point then, let's put results back in there, and then I'll hand it off to you, Rob. My thing is, Josh Allen, we could argue, took a step back. And it wasn't necessarily Josh Allen, but Josh Allen's team took a step back. They weren't even in the AFC Championship discussion anymore. They were out in the first round. They were gone. So if we're talking about going into 2026, I'm still putting Josh Allen in the top 3. But if Joe Burrow stays healthy and if Patrick Mahomes stays healthy, that's the way it should go. Mahomes has the most success in the NFL over these guys we're putting over him, or what Kyle's putting over him, and Joe Burrow is the only guy to beat Patrick Mahomes to get to a Super Bowl. And then I would put Allen because AA, there is a possibility, and Josh Allen has the capability to completely rewrite this under Joe Brady, who he's had a lot of success with. And if they go out and ball out this year, then yeah, we're having maybe a different discussion because one championship, we always talk about how much a championship means and boost your resume. One championship in Buffalo will make Josh Allen a historic legend for forever. I mean, that's the reality
absolutely.
too. So.
Oh, absolutely. The only thing I'll say with Joe Burrow, I guess for me, with Joe Burrow, I think with this list and the concept of this list of quarterbacks in 2026, even if Joe Burrow had a Super Bowl championship, I still wouldn't put him at 2 because of his offensive line and my fear of his body breaking down. So I'm being consistent across the board in terms of, again, we're not talking all time. I'm talking about 2026.
Yeah.
Same number of games because he went to the Super Bowl. He just lost, but same number of games. I would not have Joe Burrow at 2 just because Cincinnati has failed to take care of their top quarterback. Now, if Joe Burrow, Rob, if he it won't happen, but if he was traded to another team that had a healthier offensive line, then I'm open to discussion of him being at number 2, just not with the Bengals.
Well, my number 1 right now is Matt Stafford, and is Patrick Mahomes, and the a massive amount of disrespect we are showing Matthew Stafford by ignoring him in this conversation is a little unbelievable. The 2 best receiving seasons of all time were Calvin Johnson in about 15 years ago, and then you had Cooper Kupp a couple of years ago at 1,900 yards, respectively, about roughly about the same thing. Matt Stafford was their quarterback, both of them, and then you got Puka Nacua. And I think even just if you want to take it the recent deal, that Rams offense was a machine that last half of the season. And I understand Matthew Stafford is the oldest guy on this list, but we're talking about right now. And he is the quarterback of the Super Bowl favorites. His offense is damn near unstoppable. He's got the coaching to back it up too. So I would have to put him number 2 on this list. And then after that, it gets a little murky. You got a couple of guys on this list that have won Super Bowls in their run. I'm looking at Jalen Hurts. I'm looking at Sam Darnold. Do you want to put those guys up that high? I'm not sure. I think in both those cases, you can kind of make an argument that they were kind of not dragged, but carried by their team. There, it was a great team effort for both those guys. But yeah, I guess if you're looking at this for my top 3, in that 3rd spot behind the 2 guys I already mentioned, I'd have to put Josh Allen in there, even though he hasn't won a Super Bowl, and then Lamar right behind that one. I think those 4 guys right now in the NFL are your class 1A quarterbacks. I think those are the guys that doesn't matter what situation they're in. It doesn't matter what the score is. It doesn't matter what, anything that you can put them in a spot and you're going to have them, they're going to give you a chance to win.
Yeah.
I am wondering though, with throwing guys up there like, if it is a Drake May or, maybe even a Dak to a point, how much of an argument do dudes like Jaden Daniels, like Caleb Williams, like, CJ Stroud have to play in this whole thing? And yeah, you bring up a great point with Baker Mayfield. I think if one guy should be on this list, it should be Baker. But my top three are, those four guys, they win you football games. Maybe not in the playoffs, but in regular season, Lamar's not, there's nobody better. Josh Allen, we've seen what he can do. And then, the two old hats that are, basically the Super Bowl contenders every year.
Now, I want to put in here, because I have a couple other questions in terms of who's not on the list for legitimate reasons.
Aaron Rodgers?
Thing. But I do want to add real quick Kyle's comments. Because it's his list.
I'm glad you got.
We're gonna let him defend himself, okay?
And here, Double A, and I'm glad you pulled this up. I was looking at the same comment. If you weren't gonna pull it up, I was, but I think we were on the same page. They're all 0-0 right now. Thank you, Kyle. We appreciate that update. This list is based on their play last season going into this year, not what they did 3 to 5 years ago. So I guess that should have been maybe a little, and when we're looking at this, when I take this into top 10 quarterbacks going into 26, I'm thinking of who's going to give me the best chance to win a Super Bowl. Who is putting me in the best? And we can't ignore 3 to 5 years ago.
Yeah, they have track records for a reason.
Yeah, we can't ignore that. And I understand, and Kyle brings it up, to Double A's point about Joe Burrow, it's not a list about their O-line, it's about the best QBs. And, he brings up Mahomes looked rough and was under 500 last year, or at 500 before his injury. Lamar took a major step back. May went to the Super Bowl and was a runner-up in MVP. You can swap Stafford and Burrow. But to that point, then, if we pull it back 2 years, Drake May had a subpar season as the New England Patriots quarterback. If we pull it back 2 years, Patrick Mahomes was in the Super Bowl. So, it's kind of like selective choosing of your criteria there. That's the only problem I have, is because I have a hard time believing that Patrick Mahomes is worse than two guys he's consistently beat their ass, except for 1 year, in the AFC Championship game or divisional round, whatever. Make your pick. That's why I have a tough time. If you want to just go off of 1 year, maybe I could see Drake May, but I just think there's a few flaws with this list, and I truly, truly think people are undermining Patrick Mahomes. They're disrespecting him. Like they're basically saying, well, he's injured. He's been very clear that he's coming back at the beginning of the year, if not week 2 or 3. The Chiefs are going to win the AFC West again. That's just the reality of the situation.
Let's just be clear about Mahomes for a second, because we did the same thing with Stephen Curry and the Warriors.
Where's Bo Nix on this list? If we're going to talk about 3 to 3 years here. Sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. We don't want to. Actually, let's put our faces back up here for a second. Yeah. I feel like I haven't talked to you guys.
Yeah, it's been a while here. It's
So let's just be clear. It's not that it's wrong. It's actually right. We don't want to face our fears of Patrick Mahomes returning to the top of the NFL. And that's human nature. And that's completely – listen, if Mahomes is back at the top, I'm going to cringe. But it's very possible.
I hope he blows out his knee walking down the aisle at Taylor Swift's wedding.
See? So I do have a few
questions. And he sues Jim Dolan, and he owns the New York Knicks out of it.
Wedding coming up this upcoming weekend.
No, I'm sure. Is that going to happen this weekend?
It's scheduled. Madison Square Garden. I mean, allegedly, Madison Square Garden.
I'm sure you and Autumn are going to be doing 24-hour coverage on that.
We'll be on it. Pre and post game coverage following Love Island After Sun. So
yeah, get your tufts.
Sam Darnold at 10. What do you guys think? Just because, and honestly, Kyle might have him higher than some others in the industry. The man just won a Super Bowl. His team dominated the Super Bowl against New England, and even us, we were on the air the night after the Super Bowl, and I remember asking, like, all right, are we ready to consider Sam Darnold to be one of the elite quarterbacks in the NFL? And I think all of us, in some way, shape, or form, we were not committed to that statement.
No, I mean, I think a lot. You talk about the track records. I mean, you say 3 to 5. The last 3 years for Sam Darnold, that's 3 organizations. And he's bounced around a lot. He was seen as a reclamation project as early as the beginning of last season. They weren't entirely convinced after Minnesota he could do this. And, Minnesota falls apart without him. Seattle gets augmented with him. Is he the most talented guy? Is he the dude like Joe Burrow that's Captain Comeback or Mahomes or, Matt Stafford? No, he's not. But is he very good at running a very good offense? Absolutely. Has the coaching the last couple of years worked? Absolutely. Do the Seattle Seahawks have a good chance of at least taking that division, knowing who is in that division with the Rams? I know the Rams are they're favored to win what they're going to win. But, they do have a more than a puncher's chance in that division. He hasn't given you any reason right now to, the last year or two to convince you otherwise. But for right now, yeah, because he has bounced around, because he has been a vagabond, I think that's probably hurting Baker too a little bit when it comes down to consideration for stuff like this. Is that previous, impression that we had kind of weighs in. But no, he should be on the list. I might put him maybe a slot or two higher, but I'm not going to complain about 10. But yeah, he, if we're going to put, Drake May and guys on this list, then Sam Darnold absolutely deserves to be a top 10 quarterback. Again, he's defending Super Bowl champ. He's got the ring.
I'm curious to see the one thing I'll say. I know we got to go to break here in a minute. I'm curious to see how the Seahawks respond. They're going to have Charbonnet, who I believe is still healing from his injury, coming back. Maybe in the first few weeks, we'll see how long it takes for him to come back. And then Kenneth Walker's a Kansas City Chief. So they have a very different running back room than they did last year that catapulted them. They're missing the Super Bowl MVP in Kenneth Walker. I'm curious to see how Darnold and that offense responds this upcoming year.
And then I have one more name before we break. We have done this entire segment, and all of us have offered great opinions. As Kyle provided the content. Thank you, Kyle, for providing the great content. Phenomenal. Caleb Williams. We have not said a word about Caleb Williams.
Mentioned, I threw him in kind of as a, where do guys like that mention? But again, Caleb, he's young. You talk about track record. He's had 2 years. I know they had a pretty decent run, in the playoffs last year with Chicago. But I think if you were to talk about, the guys that could potentially break into this list next year, we're having this discussion, I would say Caleb's at the top of the list. I'd say him and Daniels in Washington are the two guys that would be primed to jump up into this list and knock a couple of these older guys out.
And my other, I know I said I had my final point. I have one more. If we're going to mention one other name, and if this list is based off who gives you the best chance to win a Super Bowl,
Aaron Rodgers.
No, buddy.
Damn.
No, just stop. I love you. Stop. Brock Purdy from San Francisco.
Yeah.
He's had a ton of success as a San Francisco 49ers quarterback. Sure, you could say, look what he got around him. But you can say that about anybody, really. Yes, good teams put good players around them. That is how the logic works. That's how you typically win championships. Brock Purdy just kind of being an afterthought in this conversation is kind of crazy to me the more we think about it. Like, the guy was in talks to win a Super Bowl. At one point was in MVP discussions, and he's just kind of, whatever, Brock Purdy.
And where's the Jacoby Brissett love, man? Come on.
Stop. You stop. You sent us to break right now. That was ridiculous.
Hey, the money is there. I will say one thing about Caleb Williams. Chicago, statistically, as of this moment, have the toughest schedule in 2026 in the regular season. So we always want to look at those teams that may not perform as well up to expectations. Chicago is circled on that list just because of their schedule.
Yeah.
Well, and I know, and I'm rightfully so, he wasn't mentioned in this discussion or on this list. Where would you think Fernando Mendoza is going to line up into this? Where do you think he's going? How do you think he's going to fare against these? I don't see him breaking into the top 10 in year one.
No.
But would he be a top 15 or a top 18 quarterback even?
Oh, I think we're about to see some Captain Kirk this year, buddy. I think we're seeing some Captain Kirk in Vegas. I don't think Mendoza plays till maybe halfway through the year. They've been very adamant, Tom Brady, that front office. They've been very adamant about Mendoza not even really touching the field until he's absolutely ready. And if Kirk Cousins comes out there and they start playing well, the Raiders added some pieces. They went out and got Linderbaum from Baltimore to be a strong point on that offensive line. They've addressed key pieces. They traded Max Crosby and got Max Crosby back. That was pretty cool. So, they have things that Yeah, they have an opportunity where if Kirk Cousins starts playing well, why wouldn't the Raiders just go, let's play well? We have Mendoza. Like, why would we stunt the growth of the team if they're going to have success, something the Raiders haven't tasted in a while?
I'm going to throw one thing in here. Again, I'm throwing gasoline. And,
yeah, stop. How much gasoline do you have over there?
And maybe
Carson Beck.
And maybe enough where you might want to think about this during the commercial break while you're watching us on the Roku app, Inside Edge Network.
Yeah.
Mason Rudolph.
When Kyle does this list next year.
Yes.
For 2027.
Yes.
I know he's only doing top 10, but let's just say he does the top 15.
Mm-hmm.
And he does this next year.
Mm.
Will Shedeur Sanders be on his list next year?
I love it how we didn't mention anybody who played for the Browns. I'm going to say probably not. Is he going to be, if the Browns do well, is he going to be higher than he would be right now? Yes. But I would say probably not.
Quickly, I'll just say he'll be about around 14 to 16, I think. He may get a discussion of being in the Darnold discussion. He gets thrown into the list. But I think we'll see great improvement. Hopefully.
J.J. McCarthy. All right.
Okay, listen, dude. Are you just naming? You're giving me shit at the beginning of this segment for Bradley
I'm just
Beal.
naming random ass quarterbacks at this rate.
You've named yes, Michael Penix. While we're at it, Michael Penix.
Steve DeBerg.
Who?
Oh yeah, he played in the '80s.
I wasn't alive. I don't remember. I remember good quarterbacks from the '80s. Steve.
Mike Tomczak. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We could just do this for the next 2 hours if we wanted to. This is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. We got Anthony. We got Eli. I am Rob. I'm losing my mind slowly, maybe not so slowly. We'll be right back here on the net. We're going to take a quick break here. What do we have coming up? NBA free agency. We got some Cavalier questions we want to ask. There is actually a cold, hard truth that we might have to face as Cavs fans. And I want to ask these guys, are they ready for, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's definitely an option, what the worst case scenario would be for the Cavaliers this offseason. We'll talk about that, and we'll get in some news and notes, what we've learned, and then get the hell out of here on this Sunday night. This is the main event on the Inside Edge Net. I'm Rob. We got Anthony, Eli Moon, and you. We'll be back.
Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, well, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick.
With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh.
I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Discover our collection of handcrafted candles. That's right, every product is thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Our candles are hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks, offering a long-lasting burn and rich fragrances. Create a cozy, safe ambiance for your home with candles from Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife, Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northern Ohio but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more at monstermomentsphotography.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. monstermomentsphotography.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
What's going on, Inside Edge Network? It's Omar Clausell Jr. from the morning show. Had a great one today, just going through the table. It's going to be a big weekend, and we covered the United States men's national team just going and dropping a game. Just like, I hope they don't do that later on in the Cup. We're getting to the group stage, man. You got to play harder football than that. We also had a new release Friday, so we checked out Eli and I, talked a little bit about the new releases coming out music-wise. I've talked about the films that came out, and we just kind of shouted out the community. So check it out if you missed it. InsideEdgeNetwork.com is where you can find us. Thanks for tuning in, man. And check out the rest of the great shows that we have on here.
Welcome back. We are now in the third hour of our 2-hour program. This is the main event on the Inside Edge Net. We are horrible at keeping time, and we are Anthony Alford, Eli Moon, and I am Rob Rozycki. Yes, hour two, the second half of wherever the hell we're at, guys.
We're going all night, ladies and gentlemen. We'll hand it off to Omar at 10.
Hey, listen, we've been cooking tonight. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, and this is also the point too, where Double A will text, the group here and saying, "All right, guys, I want to be done by X time," and there's just going to be no chance in hell that we're actually going to hit that time.
Well, let's see. It's 11:43. Let's set a hard out at 2:30.
Yeah, well, no. This is when Double A be like, "All right, guys, 12:30, and we'll be cool and ready to go," and it'll be like 12:40, and we start the last segment. But yes, Inside Edge Net. I think one of the reasons why we are so slow is because it is taking so much time for me to get into a goddamn topic. But yeah, nonetheless, here we are. Enough, we can laugh and at ourselves, no problem. But we have a serious situation coming up with the Cleveland Cavaliers. As you guys have been saying, NBA free agency will be kicking up in the next few days. There will be some moves that are anticipated with every team in the league, including the Cavs. Most notably here in Cleveland, James Harden is expected to sign what is predicted to be a team-friendly extension. I've never heard James Harden and the term team-friendly in the same headline, but I'll believe it when I see it. But the Cavaliers are also rumored in almost every major name, every big deal. Obviously, Giannis Antetokounmpo got moved earlier this week. They were all over those discussions as a third team as a way to improve that squad. Jaylen Brown's also all in the air. We got LeBron James out in L.A. There's a myriad of different moves the Cavaliers are rumored in making. And yes, the Cavaliers could make any one of those moves or a couple of those moves. We could be seeing guys like Evan Mobley, Donovan Mitchell, Jared Allen, possibly being talked about in some of these trade discussions. But also, there is a possibility, because you do need two to tango in this league. You need a team that's going to be able to trade with you or a player that's going to want to sign with you. And it's not entirely your decision. There is a possibility that the Cavaliers could be, and maybe not completely. I mean, there's going to be some small changes made no matter what happens. Some guys at the end of the bench on free agent contracts. But by and large, there's a possibility that they could be coming back as is constructed right now. Your big four with James Harden and the three guys that we're used to. Having Sam Merrill around, having Max Strus, having, the typical cast of characters there. How would you feel going into this 2026-27 season if the Cavaliers came back with the same roster as before?
Like I saw the future, because we've already seen it happen. We've seen what the ceiling with this team is as currently constructed. So I guess I would feel like a psychic for about a few minutes. I'd feel like, wow, I know how this is about to end. Unless really one thing changes, and that somebody actually wants to win basketball games in May. That they actually want to compete and go to the finals. Donovan Mitchell doesn't feel any pressure as the leader of this team. He'll see us in, he said 19 weeks. That was about a month or so ago. So about 15, 14 weeks or whatever it is now. He'll see us then. All that discussion to be had, if they ran it back with what they have as a starting five, I'm sick to my stomach. All playoff long, we talked about, and at the deadline, Giannis, well, we missed out. He's in Miami. We talked about LeBron. Double A obviously sent it in the report from Yahoo. I believe it was Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo talking about how the Warriors are actively seeking out LeBron James and Anthony Davis. We'll see how that turns out. But the point being, LeBron was another guy that was tied to Cleveland, and based off conversations with Channing, not us having the conversation, but hearing the conversation between Channing and Richard Jefferson, Channing Frye that being, those guys discussing after going on a trip with LeBron to celebrate the 2016 championship. Double A talked about a midnight run. When there's smoke, there's fire. And that kind of leads me to be thinking that LeBron's not coming here. Okay, Jaylen Brown, you can maybe do Jaylen Brown and maneuver, Donovan or Evan or whatever you got to do to make that happen. And I like that, but does that make you better? Does it seem likely? No. I think Jaylen Brown, I still stand on him being a Minnesota Timberwolf, and if not, he'll end up being a Charlotte Hornet. And that's where it's going there. So to your point, Rob, they're looking into Jock Landale on the bench. They're looking into other discussions, but I've never once heard him talk about Tyler Hero, who could instantly change. And I know he's happy in Milwaukee right now because he played ball at Wisconsin University. So I understand he may want to stay there, but Detroit's linked to him. Detroit's linked to Trey Murphy. Meanwhile, Detroit's in our division. And we saw how much hell Detroit already gave us. They go get, Tyler Hero or Trey Murphy or both, which could be scary. And I know Duncan Robinson could be on the way out to Miami, a reunion there. Long story short, other teams are getting better. The Cavs, if they run it back, we know what their fate is. They may get out of the second round again and surprise everybody getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. But how are they beating Boston, even as currently constructed, even with Jaylen Brown mad? I'll take mad, disgruntled, separated from the team Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum over what the Cavs have right now. I'll take the defending NBA champion New York Knicks, even though it looks like they're going to lose Mitchell Robinson and maybe another guy or two. I'll take that over what the Cavs have right now. I'll take, right now, if Tyrese Halliburton's healthy, I wouldn't take them over the Cavs. Double A and I have discussed this, but they're right there neck and neck. They're a team that beat the Cavs a few years in the playoffs, a few years ago, and they are a team that could get right back there. They're a problem. Washington, I know we all like to ha-ha, he-he about Washington, like they're not a good team, and I know they're not right now, but they just inked Trae Young. They have A.J. Dubance, the number one overall pick, who I think is going to be a star in the NBA, a star. They have guys there, and right now Anthony Davis, we'll see where he moves, but the Wizards are going to be more competitive. Miami, we haven't even talked about Miami with Bam and Giannis and what they're going to add. They're looking into Mike Conley and some of these other guys. So if the Cavs stay complacent, they have basically sealed their fate. They have mailed it in. They have basically said, enjoy good regular season basketball. We'll have some fun moments. Maybe Donovan will dunk on somebody and we'll smile about it for a week or so. And then enjoy your regular April, May programming. Get ready to talk about basketball, just not Cavaliers basketball, unless it's off-season discussion for another year. That's what it turns into, Double A.
So are you saying the Guardians?
Exactly. That's the first thought that came to my mind. Is like you're going to enjoy good regular season basketball. We're going to be a little competitive, but we're not winning an NBA championship.
Can I play devil's advocate here for a half a second?
Sure.
And I'm going to try to talk myself into this too. So don't jump down on try to go through this camera here and kick my ass.
Okay.
All the teams that you're mentioning, Miami, yeah, obviously they got Bam, they got Giannis, and not a whole lot else. They are going to be, bringing in guys. They're going to be making moves. All the teams that you're talking about making these big moves. Mm-hmm. Is there something to be said for this group being together in chemistry and cohesiveness, and the fact that they kind of have a jump start on everybody else when it comes down to knowing their personnel, knowing how they play together, knowing what their strengths are, knowing what their weaknesses are as a group? That is my first point. If that would be a benefiting factor for the Cavaliers. And then also, too, we do have some younger guys on this team. Evan Mobley is still a younger player. I know we are constantly frustrated that he hasn't reached his ceiling yet, but again, he is still young. You got Jalen Tyson on the bench. Ty Proctor they drafted last year. I'm not even going to count the second rounder right now. We'll see what happens with that. But they do have some younger talent on this team, some younger role players. They could be still developing, and they're going to be getting better too. So this team is not done getting better when it comes down to just individual guys developing. Do you think that would be enough? And again, I'm trying to talk myself into this too. So
you're doing a great job.
But would this be enough to kind of counteract all of the shuffling? Because odds are, and all these teams are going to be shuffling around. If the Cavs stay put, odds are, and history says not all of these reshuffle ideas are going to work.
Right.
Bam and Giannis could play like shit together. We don't know. Washington with their new construction could not work. We don't know. If Boston trades Jaylen Brown away for something that doesn't, we don't know. So some of these teams are going to fall flat on their keister. So is that going to, the Cavaliers though have that baseline floor of knowing that they're a 45 to 50, 55 win regular season team, and we'll see if we've learned anything from our playoff pain.
Double A, I know you got some thoughts to say. All I'll say to that, Rob, is we have seen where star players have come in and had not missed a beat. I know they're very rare sometimes, but LeBron coming back to Cleveland, they went right to the finals for 4 straight years. Kevin Durant jumped into an already loaded Golden State team, and I know those are little extreme cases.
You're talking about top 10 all-time players, though. Not just current in the league. You're talking about judged against everybody.
But Giannis is being discussed, maybe not top 10 all time.
Yeah, I'm going to say maybe top 25. Top 30.
I don't know, man. It's an interesting discussion. He has an NBA championship. He's won, 2 MVPs? If not,
2.
Yeah, 2, right. So, it is an interesting discussion. I hear your point, Rob. Maybe I'll hand it off to Double A, because I swear I will literally freak out because it's where we're heading, man. We're heading, and if you want to talk about continuity, Charlotte has the same thing going on. Yeah, they moved off LaMelo Ball. All their guys are growing as a young core together. They go out, and they're the guys that go get Jaylen Brown. Now, not only do we have to worry about Boston, New York, Miami with Giannis, the addition, now Charlotte and Washington and all these other teams that we're having, Indiana. It's a muddy Eastern Conference, and the one thing the Cavs don't have on their side for the most part is time with the core 3
and the other thing,
Island.
And the other practical thing, too, they don't have on their side is that they're a second apron team.
Correct.
So their moves are limited anyway.
Yeah, and that lays the problem. And Eli, the way you're breaking this down, do you believe now why the Cavaliers are looked at as having the 12th best odds to win the title? That was my point. Everything you just laid out was my point about that the other day.
I'm still going to friendly and respectfully disagree with you, because I still think the Cavs have a better run and they last longer in the playoffs. And I get it. I know it's finals, but I'm saying in terms of who's going to be in the discussion come the Eastern Conference semis and stuff, I think Indiana will be gone by then. I think some of these teams will be gone by then. But it doesn't matter, because I'm not even worried about 12th or 10th best odds Double A. It's just disheartening that this is a team in the Eastern Conference Finals, and they're not even being talked about as like how the Knicks were being talked about last offseason. If they just get it together, make a change, whether it's coaching or players, they're there. The Cavs don't have that right now.
But that was the whole conversation with the championship odds. If we're talking power rankings, like if the question was, do you see a world where the Cavaliers go back to the Eastern Conference Final? Sure. I mean, and
that can definitely happen.
Yeah. I mean, if everything that Rob was mentioning just a moment ago, like all these teams having to find themselves once again, it's very possible the Cavs can be the second or third best team record wise, at least in the first half of the season. That's very possible. I will say this. Obviously, I share Eli's frustration if you run it back, because I have no hope for Donovan Mitchell and James Harden to lead this team to a championship. Like zero, none, nothing. I don't think either of them, especially Donovan, I don't think he has the competitive spirit. Their game is limited. I don't think they're favored in many matchups against top level playoff teams. So I share in the frustration. I will say this. 7 regular season games that the core 4 has been together in the regular season. So rotations, you were still trying to figure that out. And maybe will help us in terms of rotations. We played 7 games in the first round, 7 games in the second round. So at least we got some reps there. The one thing I will say, if they want this running back effort to be somewhat of a success, the offense needs to run through their front court, not the back court. That ball needs to be in Evan Mobley's hands and Jared Allen's hands for the predominant amount of time.
Yeah, big to little. Yeah.
That has to change.
Well,
like when they had success this year was when Jared Allen was dominating, when Evan Mobley has the opportunity to dominate. Because the one thing we have to be fair with the Evan Mobley conversation. I understand people are frustrated about his lack of growth, and I am too. I'm not going to say it's a bad, you're wrong in this, but when you have ball dominant guards, when is he going to get that opportunity? You can't just rely on Evan Mobley just to be a spot up shooter from the outside. Like, you got to let him cook. And the offense, and Kenny Atkinson has to design an offense where the strength of their team, Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, they're cooking. If this offense, Rob and Eli, if it runs through Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, it will not go. We're going to end at the same spot as we have in the past.
And you said the name there, too. We're talking about development, and we're talking about guys getting better. And we do this for players, but we don't do this for coaches. Kenny Atkinson, and you see what's happening right now with San Antonio's coach and, the finals and him getting dogged and everything like that. He's a young coach. We look at, remember the dude who was coaching here 16 years ago, who was standing there slack-jawed, staring at referees, wondering why LeBron wasn't getting calls, is the dude that this year out-coached everybody he was against to go to and win the NBA championship, Mike Brown. Coaches get better, coaches develop. Now, do all of them get better and do all of them develop? No. That's why they get fired. But it's on Kenny Atkinson to show more, yes, the X's and O's, what the offense is. Is it going to run out of the front court? How are we going to play? How are we going to solve team defense on this? Yeah, all those kind of matter. But we need a coach in crunch time who at least has the appearance that he has his shit together. And Kenny Atkinson, quite frankly, bluntly, no sugar at all about it, did not have his shit together at all in that Knicks series. When he's out there saying analytically we are up 3-1, when he is searching for reasons why James Harden is still out there, despite the fact he was getting rocked by every New York Knicks offensive player that could find him. Mm-hmm. We need a coach that's going to be able to sit down and control this thing. Is it Atkinson? We don't know. But if the Cavaliers are going to do anything this year, Atkinson's going to have to be that guy.
And it's just not going to work, to be honest. I mean, we talk about players taking steps back or the moment being too big for them. We're having that discussion a little bit with Victor Wembanyama, how he's going to respond after getting, quite frankly, embarrassed against the New York Knicks.
He's 22, though. That's the thing, though. It's like we're expecting him to get better and learn from it. Why are we expecting that from coaches?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that same discussion we're having there about did he take a step back and is that going to affect his psyche? Kenny Atkinson was playing a video game, basically, for the Eastern Conference Finals. He's like, look, we're down 2-0, but in NBA 2K, we're up 3-1. Like, we're doing all right. And that's, like, where it's concerning. The Cavaliers have missed out on every opportunity, at least us as the media and fans have laid out. Fans wanted to see them at least bring Jason Kidd in some capacity. We didn't do that. They wanted to see us go get Giannis. We didn't do that. They wanted to see us go out and make a move for some of these other stars. We didn't do that. We continually just are showing, and the Cavs are showing this path where they're going to run it back. That is a reality. They like you said, they may add a few additions. I don't know who you're going to get. Trey Murphy's demanding 2 first-round picks right now, New Orleans is. Jock Landale is not going to really move the needle. So I just am frustrated. Because we have a leader
Brian Windhurst said that Minnesota now is aggressively shopping Ja Morant. I think the term actually was aggressively available,
Yeah.
which I've never heard about.
that.
I've never heard about a player before in my life.
Well, the one thing I'll give John Morant though, and I know he gets a lot of crap, and obviously off the court and and all the stuff there, is at least when he's on the court, he wants to play and compete for an NBA championship. I do remember, and
that's only because he's
those 35 games a year though.
Time.
I get it, but there was a once upon a time, guys, and it was only a few seasons ago where he was being, in competition with the Los Angeles Lakers in a playoff series. He was being considered as one of the faces of the league. I'm not saying the Cavs should take a flyer on him, but what I'm saying is between the Donovan Mitchell
I think he'll be in South Beach, actually.
Correct. Well, between the Donovan, maybe we'll see. But let's see between the Donovan Mitchell leadership and between the Kenny Atkinson lack of coaching, those two things don't mesh. Kenny Atkinson can only get so much leadership out of the guys that is supposed to lead the team, that are supposed to lead it. And Donovan doesn't care that much. He really doesn't. He's still got New York on his mind. And Kenny Atkinson, as a coach, doesn't know how to really lay the law down. He keeps going to bat for all of these guys. None of these guys take accountability when they get their asses whooped. He just goes, James Harden's the best ISO defender we have on the team. We can show you 16 seasons why he's not the best isolation defender on any team he's been on.
And your point about them not wanting to take accountability is why none of them want LeBron on this team.
Yeah, probably
because
not.
LeBron would check all of their asses every night.
Yeah.
And
including Atkinson.
They do not want that. This team, and that's why, and it pisses me off, that's why Donovan Mitchell had like a 5-minute monologue about why we should appreciate James Harden after we lost in the conference finals. I'm like, you just lost. This team is so comfortable, they don't want somebody coming in and checking them like LeBron.
Yeah.
That's why they're going to bat for this, because they know if LeBron comes to town, all that stops.
Well, and to be real, Double A, LeBron doesn't save this though. Like we had been very clear in the offseason that LeBron, we asked, but while the playoffs were still going on, is LeBron enough to win a championship if he's the only move the Cavs make, only big move? And we'd talked all offseason about how they need to try to find a way to get Giannis and LeBron here. So I'm saying even Giannis above LeBron. Go get Giannis before you worry about Bron. And now that this is the only real option, and again, they're going to miss out on sharpshooters that they could have added. Trey Murphy, they're going to miss out on Duncan Robinson, they're going to miss out on Tyler Hero. Now you're looking at a team that even if you add LeBron, I think their ceiling is where they were this year. Just a little bit prettier.
With that. No, I disagree with that, because even from a mentality standpoint, he could elevate Evan Mobley. He can, to some extent, elevate Jared Allen to championship-winning players.
I disagree with that, though. I totally disagree because they've, real quick, Rob, I'm going to hand it off to you, but Evan Mobley was elevated. We were talking all second half of the season about how Evan Mobley was elevated by James Harden and how his play stepped him. I know James Harden isn't LeBron James, but these guys got to want it. You could bring in Michael Jordan, you could bring in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you bring all these guys from the past and bring them in. These guys don't want to win. They are comfortable.
Hold up. Well, who's teaching them? That's my question. Who's teaching them?
But 1 year LeBron is not going to teach them to win a championship, bro. I'm just being real.
No, LeBron can teach Donovan Mitchell, in my opinion, is a lost cause.
Yeah.
Evan Mobley can be taught.
Sure.
Jared Allen can be taught.
I think, with the LeBron question, and, I could see him, if he were to be on the Cavs, getting, started next season. He walks into the locker room, and he looks at guys like Evan, Donovan, and he can look at anybody in the league and say this, and say, all right, I've played 23 years in this league, and right now we're about ready to write the final couple chapters of what might be the greatest legacy in NBA history, the greatest resume in NBA history. It is unparalleled with what I have done in the league. Mm-hmm. And to be quite honest with you gentlemen, if you guys screw up these last two chapters, I will quite frankly kill you. I will punch you in the throat until you are not breathing anymore, or I will pay someone to do that because I'm worth $1 billion fucking dollars. And it will be a Michael Jordan, Kevin Garnett kind of situation where Kobe, bro, if you're not on this program, you won't be a cast member all that long. And it doesn't matter who you are. What the key would be if LeBron were to come in, and they could finagle a deal, something like that could get them underneath that second apron and be able to freely move guys again. Because the thing is, we're talking about all these pie in the sky names, the Giannis's, the Browns, all these big guys who are currently under contract with teams. We can't physically do much right now with the parameters that are in front of us. Being mad at the Cavaliers for not being able to wheel and deal is almost like being angry at a guy in a wheelchair for not being able to run a sprint. It's just not physically possible right now. So, whoever they bring in is going to have to be a culture changer to a point. If it is somebody on the bench, if it's somebody in the starting 5-star or otherwise, LeBron would actually fit that bill pretty well. I think he can do anything you want him to do on a basketball level. If you need rebounding, if you need a ball handler, if you need shooting, if you need to he can be the off-ball defender. He can do anything. You saw it with the Lakers. He was a third option and thrived. So he would be the perfect kind of get out of jail free card for this team. But yeah, I don't know if this leadership and if this organization is ready for that kind of potential upheaval. Because if the guys aren't working well around LeBron's going to let people know about it pretty quick.
Well, my final point on this is this. You got to ask yourself, what does LeBron bring you? Does he bring you an NBA championship by himself?
He brings you Bronny. He definitely brings you Bronny.
Yes, you're right, Rob. It's spot on. But is LeBron alone? And yeah, you'll have maybe a bench edition or whatever. Is LeBron alone with a majority of this team? And mind you, the big talking point, if the Lakers do move off LeBron, is going to be a sign and trade, and Jared Allen's been linked. You're losing your center. So keep in mind, you move and you go get LeBron. You have to figure out a center, and Kyle Cornell and Unfiltered has mentioned, Robert Williams, who I wouldn't mind. He's not a bad replacement for, what we can go grab right now, some of those guys. But you're looking at that. Now you have no Jared Allen. LeBron comes here. So now you're with Mobley, Mitchell, Harden. Two guys in the backcourt that are perennial, unfortunately, losers when it comes to the playoffs. They don't know how to get it done. So I understand LeBron may make it more fun, guys, and he may get us to the Eastern Conference Finals again, and we may even get to the finals.
You know who's your center?
But we're not, real quick, we're not winning the finals. I'm just being very clear. And then we have to face the reality that we're having a discussion about if the Guardians swing and miss, if the Browns swing and miss, more so the Guardians, but if these teams swing and miss, if the Cavs go get LeBron, let's just say they get him. They trade Jared Allen, they get him. And I would love to hear who your center is in a moment, Rob. But let's just say this. They trade LeBron, or Allen for LeBron. And it doesn't ultimately turn into a championship. And then LeBron says, thank you for a career. I retire. I'm out of here. Now the Cavaliers are left with Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and Evan Mobley. They still haven't brought a championship in. James Harden's another year older, and he's under contract. Donovan Mitchell's probably wearing a Mets hat or whatever for another offseason. We're having the same discussion.
And he wouldn't be under contract if they don't re-sign him next year.
So then you're looking at Harden and Mobley under contract. This could be catastrophically bad. If you're the Cavaliers, it's a weird spot because you can't run it back, but LeBron alone does not win you an NBA championship. So you're kind of screwed either way.
You know what's sad? Eli just laid all that out, Rob. I prefer everything he just said over what we have coming back.
It would just be swinging for the fences, and if you don't connect, you don't connect. But with Donovan, I hate those guys in Cleveland that wear all those New York team baseball caps. They're just really annoying here. With.
And we gave LeBron. Let's be clear. We gave LeBron hell
joke. I got your joke, Rob.
Yeah, goodness.
But with you, who's your center in that situation?
Yeah,
I figured it out. LeBron James. He's your center.
Okay.
And you try to see if he wants to become the oldest player in NBA history to win a rebounding title. That's what I'm talking about, what LeBron could give you in that situation. You put him on the front line with Evan Mobley. You want to see Evan Mobley develop. I think that could help out pretty quickly. And, Thomas Bryant's still on the roster. They would need some help. Yes, they would need another center on the roster, at least one more if they were to get rid of Jared Allen. But I think LeBron at his stage of his career, he's not, 33 years old and jumping out of the gym anymore. I think he might, if he wanted to be, I think he could be the best center in the NBA.
Sure. And you know what, Rob? And I love that idea. It would be such a great homecoming. I can't wait for Skylar Gray to be playing all throughout Cleveland again.
Coming
Yes.
home.
Careful. They're listening. They'll copyright us. We'll be shut down immediately. No, I'm just kidding. But listen, dude.
Reuse. I got a 3-second window. We're good.
That's fair.
I just hope we don't do that stupid. Please stay LeBron. I hated that.
Yeah.
I'm glad he left because of that. That was stupid.
All I'm saying is the Cavs are kind of out of options here. Like, even if they bring LeBron in, I don't think anything they do this offseason wins an NBA championship. So I think we know what they're doing.
I disagree. I think LeBron gives you an opportunity. He gives you a chance. And then here's the only my final point. You do run this back. You have at least a few months to see if this team can gel, if they can mesh together. If you feel that you're struggling, then you have to look at getting your value worth for Donovan Mitchell. That's what you got to figure out in the short term is the Donovan Mitchell situation. If you don't feel you can be elevated,
well,
you got to look to move Donovan Mitchell in the midseason.
I was going to say to Eli's, point to about, the long-term deal with the Cavs or, whatever. And, LeBron does it and doesn't, comes in and doesn't do anything and doesn't win a title and 2 years later. I think the cap on this team is 2 years with or without LeBron. I mean, James Harden in 2 years is going to be 39 years old. Donovan Mitchell's going to be in his late 30s. I don't see this window being open for 5 years with this current incarnation. This window is going to stay open longer if Evan Mobley can turn into the dude. I'll give you that. But as constructed right now, I think with LeBron or without LeBron, this is a 2-year plan.
But I disagree. I think the Cavaliers are viewing this as still long-term. That's why they haven't moved off of Evan Mobley. Because if the Cavs wanted to go win an NBA championship, they would have traded Evan Mobley at the trade deadline for Giannis. They would have made that move. That would have been part one. Now the Cleveland destination looks a lot sexier.
It came out after the trade deadline that all that was for show anyway. They weren't moving Giannis. That's what I'm talking about. You need two to tango on this.
I get it.
You can't. They're not just going to be like, here you go.
But what are the Cavs trying to do? Because we're talking about how this is a 2-year plan. But if you ask the Cavaliers that are going to probably run it back, they're in the mindset that as long as they have Evan Mobley, they can move things around him. What I'm saying is if they're going for championship mode, they'd already should have unloaded Mobley. They should have already unloaded Donovan. I'd have moved both of them this offseason. I tell Harden, hey, buddy, we'll give you a 1-year prove-it deal because you're 37 years old. Figure it out and completely retool it. If it's a 2-year plan right now, we know what the end goal is right now. It's winning an NBA championship. They've never been further away for a team that's in the Eastern Conference Finals this past season. They've never been further away. They don't have the aggression. They don't have the care. They don't feel pressure. So I would have moved, if I was Kobe Altman, Donovan Mitchell would have been packing his bags. So go enjoy your summer in New York. We'll figure out where you're going.
What are you getting back for him?
Well, guess what? You'll get more from him now than you do at the deadline. That's what I feel like. I think the longer you wait,
but your idea that you want to win a title, what can come back for Donovan Mitchell right now today that's going to give you a better chance at a title? Realistically.
Right,
we could trade him for Wemby or whatever, but no, like realistically, who's available? If you trade him for Jaylen Brown today, if you trade him for Jason Tatum today, are the Cavaliers any better off right now? Are they?
I guess it's a discussion.
Is there anything out there that's going to be able to change that?
It's a discussion you want to have, but the Cavaliers already missed the boat on all the big stars that could have been moved besides LeBron. So at this point, you had to ask yourself, if you're the Cavaliers, are you closer to an NBA championship or are you closer to retooling? So to answer your question, Rob, there is no player now at this point that you can get for Donovan Mitchell. Maybe at the deadline, but on an expiring contract, I doubt it. So at this point, Donovan Mitchell's purpose when you go to move him in a trade is get his value as high as you can and get at least a first or two out of him. That's you'll
be further back that day to winning a title than you are today.
They are literally in the same spot if they trade Donovan Mitchell than they do right now. They'll be in the same exact spot.
I think
they're in the Eastern Conference Finals without Donovan Mitchell on this roster.
They're not winning an NBA championship, and that's the ultimate goal. They have literally won't be an NBA championship contender. Despite them being in the Eastern Conference Finals this year, they were not a contender. They got mopped off the floor. So that's just the reality of it. With Donovan, without Donovan, I think this team, sure, maybe they don't make the Eastern Conference Finals. They'd make
so they're worse.
But it doesn't matter if they don't win a championship. Who gives a shit if you're in the second round or the Eastern Conference Finals?
But
if you keep getting bounced.
You do when you're saying you want to increase the chances of winning a title by getting Donovan out of here.
Because that's the same reason I
because
just said.
Because if you're trading Donovan, you're just going to rebuild.
Hold on. It's the same reason I just said LeBron doesn't make sense here now at this point. Because if you don't win an NBA championship and you go trade your starting center, it makes no freaking sense. So at the end of the day, you ask what you're getting for Donovan Mitchell. You missed out on all the star players. So you're going to have to see what draft capital you can get and maybe some rotation pieces. The Cavs are in a absolutely screwed position right now. Screwed.
And they made the Eastern Conference Finals.
I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance. Again, I just think, Rob, I think if in Eli, I just think if Kenny Atkinson adjusts his play calling, his play style, and utilize his front court more, I think Evan Mobley could evolve. And that's what Evan Mobley obviously has clear values. The reason why Boston and Oklahoma City, they want Mobley. If we were shopping Mobley, we would get stuff back, but they want Mobley. I think there's a better way to utilize those two in this.
Well, actually, Mobley's a guy, like, if you want to maximize value, I say, Mobley's the guy. Because if he goes through another season and we fall short and he disappears in another playoff run, I'll guarantee you the take coming back is not going to be what it is right now. If they allow him to go in there and potentially, pull another Jaren Duren basically and kind of disappear at points and times in the playoffs, then yeah, you're not going to get a frontline all-star caliber player back for that. You're just not. And then It's another year away from that Defensive Player of the Year. Everybody's memory is a little bit different on that when he's another year older, another year closer to free agency. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to maximize value, Mobley might be your guy.
And we got to remember something real quick, too. Just thinking back to how these playoffs, like how it all played out. There are very few superstar players after these playoffs who looked, in terms of public opinion, who's looked better coming out of these playoffs than going in. Like, I think from that standpoint, like Victor Wembanyama, again, we know the age, right? But we were talking about Wemby as, and I said, like, he could be a top 10 all-time player. He has lessons to learn. Chet Holmgren was a no-show in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals. What the hell's going on with Boston, with Tatum and obviously Jaylen Brown? Like, there was a lot of players, like, for the exception of Kay Cunningham in Detroit and, of course, the New York Knicks, I don't think there have been very few players who have looked better coming out of this playoffs than going in. So I think that also kind of plays into the evaluation a little bit and why it's tricky for a lot of these teams to see what they should look at with free agency.
And what kind of plays into my evaluation on this too? And I understand, they had a coaching change. We're not, at least as of right now. But how far away were the Knicks a year ago? I mean, they were not. Nobody really took them seriously until they were, I think, in the third round of the playoffs, and they had won about 10 playoff games in a row. Mm-hmm. All it took was a change of philosophy. Maybe a couple more depth pieces. It didn't take much for the Knicks to find a new identity, find a new personality. That's why I'm not nearly as low on the Cavaliers right now as Moon is. I don't think they are not miles and miles away. I think they are inches away, and the problem is that first, if this is a marathon, the first 26, 25 and a half miles are pretty easy. But the closer you get to that finish line, the harder it is to get even more closer. And yeah, we're just seeing how hard it is to win an NBA title right now, and how close really you can be and still look outmatched. And yeah, I mean, who knows? We could be completely and utterly wrong in our diagnosis on this. We could pick up the right, one or two bench pieces, the right fifth starter to put with these guys that nobody's really talking about right now, and then all of a sudden it just kind of makes sense. So I understand the Cavaliers completely collapsed in that Eastern Conference Finals. What also makes me feel a little bit better too is the Knicks made the Spurs collapse too.
Yeah.
And the Spurs are a whole lot more talented on paper and a whole lot more talked about in the media than the Cavaliers are. So are the Cavaliers really that far away, or was just New York on that kind of a run this year? I can't make any excuses for years past, but that makes me a little more warm on the Cavaliers than maybe I was when we gave up the huge ass lead in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
But the Spurs have time. The Cavaliers do not have time, and that's the one difference. And the other thing, and this is my final point, the Knicks did what the Cavaliers haven't this offseason. Last offseason, they said, we're going to move on from Tom Thibodeau. We're going to bring Mike Brown in. We're going to go get Mikal Bridges. We're going to give up the farm. Multiple first-round picks. Go add a guy that has history with Jalen Brunson at Villanova, can add wing depth. We're going to go do that. We've made additions. OG Anunoby the past year before, Cat, they've done that. The Cavaliers have struck out. There's no buzz of them going out for any of these guys right now. Besides LeBron, there's still an inkling of hope. And if they end up empty, they haven't made those adjustments. So you can say, well, they're in the same position as the Knicks, but the Knicks did what the Cavaliers won't. That's why they won the championship this year. That's why the Cavaliers will be in the second round, maybe the Eastern Conference Finals. I may be wrong. I've been wrong before. I just doubt it.
I'm good.
That's happy fun time with Moon. No, I mean, yeah, well, I mean, the whole thing is we're also, and I understand why we're, for the sake of this conversation, we were going down this road. But, to bring it back to reality here, we are talking about an NBA free agency period for the Cavaliers that has not begun yet. So there is ample time. We could be surprised this offseason. And just because there's no buzz doesn't mean there's no talk happening behind the scenes. There was no buzz around Luka Doncic when he got traded.
Right.
There was no buzz around a lot of these big deals right before they go down. So I think we were all just kind of desensitized with the, 2.5 years of Giannis, will he or won't he talk to, think that, all these moves have that kind of flack around them. But we'll see what happens. I hope they do make some moves. I don't know if they need to make a huge major move to completely reshape the roster, but they do need something to take them over the hump. This is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. Let's take a quick break here. I'm going to call an audible right now. We were supposed to have 2 segments left of this radio program. We're going to combine them. We're going to go through some news and notes. We're going to figure out what the hell we have learned in the last 7 days or so, and then we will get you guys going on your way to start your slumber on this Sunday night and get you ready to go for tomorrow morning. Again, this is the main event, Inside Edge Net. I'm Rob. We have Anthony. That's Eli over there, and we will be right back.
Key Sports is the leader in Ohio high school athletic coverage in written, print, and video streaming. From the latest news and results and written content to the high school football game of the week every Friday, Key Sports has you covered. The vision of 15-time published author Vince McKee has become the most trusted site in Ohio high school athletic news. From podcasts to player profiles, Key Sports is your one-stop for all of it. Visit them today at KeyOnSports.com or on YouTube at Key On Sports. Check out their socials on Twitter and Facebook as well.
Clean energy, bold flavors, and no jitters. See why people won't shut up about Dubby. Clean energy, no jitters or crash. Whether you're starting your workday or getting ready to exercise, Dubby Energy helps you lock in and focus. With over 15 flavors to choose from, you can't miss. Order Dubby Energy right now by using the QR code on your screen and use the promo code INSIDEEDGE10 to receive 10% off your order. Dubby Energy, your energy-focused sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Discover our collection of body mists made with clean, minimal ingredients. Handcrafted with natural essential oils and clean ingredients, they offer a natural alternative to synthetic fragrances. Perfect for sensitive skin and those seeking clean, mindful self-care, and the perfect gift for you or your special someone. Courtesy of Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers, use that promo code INSIDEEDGE20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Whether searching for a baseball autographed by your favorite World Series slugger, a signed football by an iconic Hall of Famer, or the jersey of a world-famous soccer star, you've come to the right place. Here at SportsMemorabilia.com, the web's leading source of authentic sports memorabilia, you'll find more than 500,000 authentic products from nearly every professional sports league, team, and players. Not only will you find your next prize sports possession with ease thanks to superb customer service and tremendous site experience, you'll have the satisfaction and peace of mind that every product listed comes complete with a certificate of authenticity and is fully backed by the sportsmemorabilia.com lifetime authenticity guarantee. Go to sportsmemorabilia.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. Sportsmemorabilia.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network, Cleveland's digital leader. Find us on InsideEdgeNetwork.com for the latest information on your favorite shows, personalities, and network partners. Plus, guess what? We have a merch shop. That's right, we have network polos, t-shirts, champion jackets, hats, and bottles. Rep the network. Every purchase supports independent sports and entertainment media. Use the QR code on your screen right now to check out InsideEdgeNetwork.com. That's InsideEdgeNetwork.com. Fanatics isn't just our name, it's who we are. Loyal, passionate fans dedicated to our favorite teams and to the sports we love. That's why we're honored to be able to offer fans the world's largest collection of official sports apparel and sports jerseys from all leagues, teams, and players you love. We feature a wide selection of gear from every league, including the NFL, MLB, NBA, NHL, and NCAA merchandise, which allows us to serve fans of football, baseball, hockey, basketball, lacrosse, soccer, golf, and, well, everything else that gets your heart pumping. Go to Fanatics.com by using the QR code on your screen right now to celebrate your teams. That's Fanatics.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Small business owners are superheroes, but nowadays running your business means doing so inside your shop and on social media. That's why you should make Omega Video Marketing your sidekick.
With a decade of content creation experience, I create dynamic, informative, and fun videos for your specific social needs that will increase brand awareness, get you more followers, and keep your social pages and websites current and fresh.
I offer flexible pricing and turn times and will work with you to understand your brand and your story. All of that comes from the heart. My award-winning expertise is just the cherry on top. So let's get connected. After all, your brand is the alpha and my expertise is the omega.
Discover our collection of handcrafted candles. That's right, every product is thoughtfully created in small batches free from harmful toxins for mindful everyday indulgence. Our candles are hand-poured in coconut soy wax with natural wood wicks, offering a long-lasting burn and rich fragrances. Create a cozy, safe ambiance for your home with candles from Alley Rose Fragrances. First-time customers use the promo code InsideEdge20 to receive 20% off your order. AlleyRoseFragrances.com, proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Podcast Network. Mosser Moments Photography is a husband and wife wedding photography team based in Cleveland, owned and operated by Inside Edge Network's very own Ryan Mosser and his wife Hallie. For the past 10 years, they've captured more than 100 weddings across Northeast Ohio and beyond, always working together as a true two-person team. Their style centers on authentic, emotional storytelling, documenting the real moments between two people in love and creating images that feel natural, comfortable, and true to the couple. Rooted in Northern Ohio but inspired by their travels, Ryan and Hallie bring a warm, personal approach to every wedding day. Their work blends experience, consistency, and a genuine passion for helping couples relive their best day through timeless photography. Learn more at MosserMomentsPhotography.com by using the QR code on your screen right now. MosserMomentsPhotography.com, a proud sponsor of the Inside Edge Network, Cleveland's digital leader.
Welcome back to the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. I'm Rob Rozycki. We got Anthony Alford, Eli Moon. And yes, we are combining our final two segments because we are about ready to enter hour 4 of our 2-hour radio program. How are we all doing today? We got some news and notes, I think, to start this whole thing off with, gentlemen.
Sounds great. Yeah. Good Friday or Monday. Definitely.
Do you have any energy left after that last segment?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had a few spirited conversations here for sure, and we'll take energy, Eli's energy here from the Cavaliers, and we'll start out with the fatalistic "we're all going to die, why should we even bother anyway" energy, and go with the MLB labor negotiations, because it really doesn't seem like there's going to be a good outcome on this one. If you are a fan of Major League Baseball and are looking forward to a 2027 opening day, because the union the owners just came out with their counter proposals wanting to cap new incoming free agent contracts at 5 years, retaining players at 6 years. They want to basically throw that in there, and a hard cap and a cap on player individual earnings like a max contract in the NBA. Needless to say, that went well, about as well as a Ben Roethlisberger jersey in the Muni lot. Yeah, baseball looks like they're going to be hurtling towards a very contentious and stressful offseason, and probably no regular season next year.
Well,
y'all better start getting the love. Better start investing in Love Island, because y'all gonna need something to watch next summer.
Well, I will say that through other research, I have figured out that since they are not members of the Major League Baseball Players Union, we'll still have minor league baseball.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Lake County Captains, Akron Rubber Ducks, if
Savannah Bananas.
If they come to town, we might have to start investing. I mean, those games.
Well, actually, what I see is the College World Series really being big. I see that being because it was awesome this year, and at least for a couple of months next year, I think that'll do something.
It could. Oh, the other worry I have, and I think I expended all my energy last segment, but the other worry I have is that baseball could just lose all the interest they had from the World Baseball Classic, a really fun World Baseball Classic, a really fun World Series last year. Yeah, just all that, and now you stop all of that, a whole year of just nothing.
Well, they've had two great World Series too. Remember that first Dodger championship was Dodgers Yankees. That was every network executive's dream there. So they've had a hell of a year and a half here. Yeah, and we'll see what happens with this World Series, no matter who's involved. But yeah, this would be about the worst possible time to stop this thing in its tracks.
Yeah, I will say this though, it's going to be up to the small market teams or owners. How much are they willing to embrace change? Because they're the ones that's going to hurt more than anything else. Like, you own the Dodgers, you own the Yankees, you're going to be fine. You're going to take a hit, but you're not going to be broke. This is the concern if you're the Guardians, if you're Tampa Bay, if you're a lot of these other small market teams that, you're trying to level the playing field. Because the other part of this too is, Rob, am I correct in that they still want the salary floor? Cap?
I think that should just be an assumption. Anytime you're talking a cap, you will also be talking about a floor. There's a floor in the NFL. They don't talk about it a lot, but there is still a floor. I think in the NBA there is still. Yeah, they actually said that was one of the reasons why Trae Young got extended when he did, was because they just need to pay somebody something at this rate, and everybody else is a rookie or a second-year player. So
real quick. So you're asking the Guardians, you're asking the Pittsburgh Pirates. I know that's close to home for you, Rob. You're asking these teams, we need you to spend more on payroll, and there's a strong chance you're going to lose an entire season. This could be
but the ask, but if then the small market teams are going to look at the big guys and say, yes, but we're going to ask you that 10-year Shohei Ohtani contract is not going to be legal anymore. The Dodgers are going to have to figure out a way over, I would think it would be a multi-tiers over seasons process to get underneath whatever cap. The Mets to do the same thing. I think that'll be pretty easy because everybody hates everybody on the roster anyway. Yeah. But they're going to be asking those big market teams. There's going to be adjustments that are going to have to be made for them too. But that's going to be more of adjustments. It's not going to be lost revenue. That's where that's going to come into play for Major League Baseball. And if I'm the Dodgers, I saw an interview with Andrew Friedman the other day. He's the guy who runs the Dodgers. He actually ran Tampa Bay before he ran the Dodgers. So they looked at him and said, let's see what you can do with money. And what what his defense was, I don't understand why people are mad at us for putting our profits back into the team.
Right.
Instead of just putting them in our pocket and being the greedy owners that we are. So on some level, if you're the Dodgers or if you're Steve Cohen and the Mets or whoever, you'll get more revenue coming in the door if you're not spending that payroll. So there are some upsides for those guys too. But yeah, that's it. Like the way I'm looking at it right now is that there's going to be two separate battles being fought. There's going to be small market owners and big market owners facing off. And then there's going to be the owners group facing against the players. So the owners are going to have to figure out what's going on with them. The players, obviously, too, they got to prioritize who they're going to be fighting for. If it's going to be the top tier Bryce Harper guys, or if it's going to be the Daniel Schneemann, David Fry, league minimum guys. Like there's a vast difference in desires and wants out of this contract. If you're making $300K or if you're making $50 million. So. But either way, though, we can, and we'll have plenty of time, I am sure, over the second half of this baseball season and then what is going to be a tumultuous offseason to analyze this. But I think the blanket feeling for everybody right now, I don't know of anybody right now in the media, in baseball, who is learned on this topic, who is saying that, this is just going to take care of itself in January. This thing is going to be a 12-round heavyweight fight, and it might just be a victory for fans in general if we have baseball at all next year. I don't think opening day for me is already in question.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already hammered home a lot of the points. The only other points I would bring up is, for one, I feel bad for the players that are near the end of their careers, that they may have a shorter end of their career than they anticipated, because if somebody was thinking about, hey, 2027 is going to be my last year, I'm going to ride it out till I'm 38 or 39, and you don't play baseball, well, you're probably not coming back for 2028 at another year older if you already had plans of retiring. So I feel bad that there's probably going to cut a few careers a year short if there is a lockout. And that's really the biggest thing that stands out to me. And again, the momentum. The momentum is the other thing. That I'm just scared baseball is going to lose any momentum. We talk about here in Cleveland all the time about it's a Browns town, and the Guardians still have some relevancy because of how successful they've been. But a year away, and I understand it's just a year. And I know that a lot of what-ifs would have to happen. But let's just say that the Cavaliers, despite how I feel, do make some noise in 2027. Let's say they're on a generational run, and they're going to the finals, and they have a lot of heat. And then you have the Browns. Maybe in 2027, they have found some momentum, and they're at least a competent football team. Where does that put the Guardians in the totem pole of Cleveland sports again? Because we've talked all the time about where they rank, well, they're a competent franchise, but if they're not even around and these other teams start winning and it's already a Browns town despite them being terrible for most of our lives, what does that mean for the Guardians?
Eli, I think the whole sport's going to be asking that question. I think that's going to be a problem in every city, maybe outside of New York, Chicago, and St. Louis, maybe Philadelphia. Boston, like the baseball cities.
Yep.
Like that's, you guys are a little young, Eli, you weren't around Double A. You were basically a fetus when the players' strike in '94 happened. Right. And I'll tell you what, I lived in a world before that strike where baseball was the number one sport. It was still America's pastime when I was a little whippersnapper. And by the time everything happened with the strike and with the shutdown and with the massive PR hit they took, that was one of the things that let the NFL take over and become what it is today. That was really the door opening for the National Football League. And, back then baseball was, again, it was the number one sport. It was in a lot better position to kind of take a PR hit. But I don't know if you were to take a similar PR hit right now with the way the sports and fandom and everything like that is kind of constructed, does that put you down around the MLS? Does that put you down with the NHL? Does that put you down? Like, what is that going to do? And if you're a city like Cleveland, it happened to the Guardians to help them out. When the Browns left, it wasn't a strike, but they had no football in town for 4 years. Perfect time for those 90s Indians teams to start rolling through and capture the city's imagination. And you see the new incarnation of the Browns hasn't quite hit the same way that the Cardiac Kids or Bernie Kosar or anybody else did. So, yeah, I mean, this could be a bad situation for the Guardians, for Major League Baseball, for really the whole game itself. And I just hope that and I know it's not going to happen because they're not paid to do it. These lawyers on both these sides are paid to get the best deal for their side as humanly possible. They're not paid to protect the game. And I just hope that somebody in there is going to at least respect the needs of the fans and respect what our role is in this situation. Because quite honestly, without us, they're just a bunch of guys playing in a really big stadium for fun. And, they're basically beer league softball. They're the, Menor High School league across the street right now.
Downtown businesses too. I mean, we weren't around for 94. Eli, we weren't around.
That's
for 94.
82 game days that you don't have in downtown Cleveland.
We all seen 2020 for different circumstances, but 2020, we saw people lose jobs. We saw people, businesses, and for different circumstances. But
dude, we've had that discussion internally at the station. I'm not going to name any names, but I've had a few people look at me and go, "Bro, what if we don't have a baseball season next year? What does that do to the on-air talent, to the producers, to the reporters, our promotions guys? Like, that is a big thing for our little radio station. The big revenue source that won't be there."
Yep. Yeah, we were in those discussions. Absolutely. It sucks.
Yeah.
Well, moving on here in news and notes, the one person that it sucks more for than the baseball fan right now is Terrion Arnold, the Detroit Lions cornerback. We saw him a few months ago in Honolulu Blue playing for the Detroit Lions last season in his rookie year. Last time we saw him was this week in a green suicide prevention vest, getting arraigned for kidnapping and assault charges stemming from a incident that happened at the end of January this year. Long story short, a bunch of people. Well, he was at an Airbnb. He had $200,000 of property swiped. He thought it was a group of guys, allegedly, and basically threw him in a room at gunpoint and had a bunch of guys, rough him up a little bit. And now he is looking at charges that literally could mean life in prison. And he is, 22 years old? I think we can now understand why he might be wearing a suicide prevention vest now faced with that reality.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. I'm not excusing what happened. Anything. I think I would just take this time on this story to stress to anybody out there, whether you're an athlete with a promising pro career ahead of you, you're in the limelight for, music. Obviously, I'm in the music world as well. So, music or the arts, whatever. You could be the top banker in the world. Just make sure you surround yourself with people that A, love you, and B, actually care about what your future looks like. Because you'll get some people, and it sounds like, and I don't know for certain, but Terrion Arnold was unfortunately around some people that didn't have his best interest in mind, that were around to have the fun, and when the money's in and you got your millions of dollars, everybody's taken care of, everybody's eating, but who's making sure Terrion Arnold's cool? Like, who is checking on him, making sure his mental's cool? We're big on mental health here, obviously, on the Inside Edge Network. It's one of our pillars, but we talk all the time, Papa Moon says on Saturdays at 5 p.m., hey, at the end of every episode, he's like, your mental health is important. If you're feeling some type of way, check on somebody, call me, check on your loved ones. It sounds like Terrion Arnold didn't really have that. I don't know his whole backstory or anything like that right off the top of my head, but it just sounds like there wasn't anybody to check him. When you're a 22-year-old and you get millions of dollars, it's a lot to take in. And depending where you came from, you could be $100,000 a year and you go to $1 million. That's still a big jump. So really, that crazy feeling of having all that money, being one of the young stars on a Detroit Lions team, and nobody seemed to be there in one of his darkest moments. And maybe he was off the grid. Maybe he didn't answer any calls or whatever. But who was checking on Terrion Arnold? And I'm, again, not excusing what he did because this is crazy. But I just want to take the time to say, like, you gotta, these young athletes, these young, artists, in the art form, entertainment, whatever, and normal 9-to-5s, whatever. Have people around you that actually love and care about you and will tell you when you're tripping. Hey, dude, you're tripping. Like, I love you, but you're tripping, and let's not let it spiral, because somebody usually doesn't just wake up one day and do this. There's moments that you may not see or, you're not picking up on or just not caring about that lead to moments like this. So it's just sad.
Well, and I'm trying to show some compassion. And again, this is all alleged. This is all accusations. Nothing has been guilty or innocent yet in court. But if, and as much as I would like to worry about his mental health and keep an eye on, and wonder who is checking up on him, I'm wondering on who's checking on the 3 guys that he ordered to get pistol whipped, allegedly.
Correct.
I'm worried about who's checking on that situation. And once you start doing things like that, that person's mental health is no longer first and foremost in my thoughts. You are, I understand you're a young athlete. You are, again, I don't know what his situation was, where he came from. I know a lot of NFL players come out of very difficult situations where that is the way that you do handle things. Because ultimately what happened was he thought he was wronged. He thought he found the people who did it, and he did not involve the authorities. He took matters into his own hands, allegedly.
Right.
And what got him was the fact that they were communicating. He wasn't in the room for any of this, according to the story the cops are telling. But he was on Facebook Live, on Facebook Messenger, directing this thing. Yeah. And again, mental health or not, like, dude, you're 22 years old. You're 23 years old. You have lived your entire life in the internet age. You don't understand that this stuff can't be searched and pulled up here. Like, there's a lot of dumb things he did in this horrible act that he is accused of.
Right.
But, I understand that, yeah, you do need a circle around you. You do need people that you trust. You do need people that have your best interest and not their best interest when they're dealing with you. But you're a grown man. You knew that beating the shit out of these guys was not a legal and happy idea. And you were a first-round pick. You knew on some level what getting caught was going to cost you. And yeah, you're the franchise in that situation. And yeah, maybe the NFL and maybe the circles around him need to do better jobs at letting all of these players. I don't care if you're on the top of that quarterback lister we were talking about, or if you're a career special teamer. In your circle of friends, you're the franchise. You're the money maker. You're the one who is going to be making a lot of lives better. And the only way that can happen is if you stay healthy and keep your ass out of jail.
Right.
But and everything failed around him. He failed. It was just a breakdown on a lot of levels. I'm not trying to say that nothing else went wrong. Like, this was a group effort here. This was a meltdown of proportions for sure. But he has to take responsibility for all this because it's his name on it and it's his face on the story.
And I want to be very clear, because I think he's going to misconstrue, that I am not saying that he isn't having to take responsibility.
No, yeah, I know.
And I just want to be clear, and I am obviously worried about the 3 people. But what I'm saying is, Rob, from somebody that is in the music world, that sees how teams operate all the way up to the national level, you have to have a strong circle around you. Yes, he's the moneymaker. Yes, I'm not excusing all that. But again, when you're 22 years old, imagine being 22 years old and being given millions of dollars. You got to surround yourself around the right people. So again, I feel for the people that are the victims in this, allegedly, but I feel also that nobody looked out for this kid, and that's why he ran down the path he is, because nobody checked on his mental health. So now we're having to check on other people and how they're doing because of the action. So it's just like an overall kind of domino effect that you have to, it's just the overarching thing. You have to have a team around you that cares, because yes, you're the moneymaker, yes, but when you are the moneymaker and you're constantly in the spotlight and things, your mental health does digress. And then sometimes it leads to stuff like this. And that's what I'm saying. We talk all the time about one of the biggest what ifs. And I know his plays suck too. But off the field, Johnny Manziel was an absolute head case. There was nobody in Cleveland checking him because you know why? Johnny Manziel was bringing in the money. All his buddies were having fun till the money ran out. And that's what it is.
Yeah, you need those guys to check you, but when and we'll use Manziel as this because we know him a lot better. We know the situations around, and honestly, the accusations are a lot less criminal.
Right.
But if you're Johnny Manziel, there is some onus on you if you are the franchise, if you are the moneymaker, to be able to be checked, to be able to listen to other people, to be able, you have control over what you do. And yes, I understand mental health is very important. I understand that the support system is very, very important. But what's also very, very important is for the person in the middle of the whole thing to want to be an adult, to want to, to have some ability to hear some criticism. In the case of Manziel, we can talk about, the support structure failing him. But, if he's that big of a douche where he doesn't want anybody that's going to disagree with him, he doesn't want anybody who's going to stop the party, he doesn't want anybody who's ever going to check him around him, then there's really not much you can do.
Yeah, and with Arnold in particular, this is kind of different circumstance, but last week when we talked about Brandon Sorsby, it's like at some point, your issues, whether it's fair or unfair, it might cost you an NFL career. There's a strong chance with Arnold that he will not play another down in the NFL. There's a strong, because again, the legal process, for a few reasons, the legal process takes forever. So the whole, here in America, innocent until proven guilty, it's going to take some time before the innocence comes in, right? And then let's just be real about this situation too. Unfortunately, his name is associated with this issue. He's not a household name or anything of sorts. So
that's how we know him. Yeah.
Why bring, and it's hopefully, not, again, I'm not saying it's 100% chance his career's done. I'm not saying 100% because there is a opportunity, if it plays out as such, that this could all be dropped. But now you have attorneys trying to make sure that he stays in jail while the trial's going on. When is the trial going to take place and things like that? So who knows how long that's going to play out. And then we've seen it here with Deshaun Watson. By the time all this stuff clears up, how much time are you spending away from live action in the National Football League?
And this kid did not win Rookie of the Year. This kid was not a top 10 pick. This kid was not Deshaun Watson.
Exactly. So from a football standpoint, can you even keep up? If you're off the field for longer than a year, can you keep up with the opposing talent? If the only person no, then you're done.
Yeah. The only person and he hasn't even done it yet, but the only person that I would feel confident after a few years away and coming back and cleaning house might happen next to Myles Garrett, and that's Aaron Donald. That's the only one I can think of right now. I can't even give you an example of a guy who was out for that long. And even in any sport.
Yeah, especially in a DB position where you need quick hips and you need to pivot and move. Absolutely no.
in any, nobody comes back after 3 or 4 years away. I think maybe the only time I can think of that happening is World War II in Korea when those guys had to go away for a couple of years for service. But and by the way, we should probably have another show about how Ted Williams served for 3 years in World War II, came off the boat, got into Boston, and then hit 340 that season with literally no spring training and no ramp up. But that's a different story.
Amazing. Eli, go ahead.
Real quick. I mean, I know we're going to have a few more topics. My quick question while we're on the topic of guys that came back. How long was Michael Vick in jail? Wasn't that 2 or 3 years?
Yeah.
Or was it just so? I mean, that's the only other guy, and he wasn't great afterwards.
That's what I'm saying, dude. He was a phenom before, and then he was a backup quarterback coming back.
I agree exactly with you, Rozycki. I'm just saying, it's even crazy. Yeah, the guys that are even great before are good, but they're not what they were. So for Terrion Arnold, who was just starting his NFL career, the Lions are unfortunately in a bad spot too. Looking on the football side of things, I know nobody's really talking about that right now, and it's lesser than the real life stuff, but the Lions are in a weird spot too, man. I mean, they're in a comeback year. They're trying to come back, and now they just lost one of their starting defensive backs. Like that's a hit.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Vic served 21 months in prison.
Okay,
and it cost him $100 million. That contract went away pretty quick, and that's what that's what Arnold's going to have to be worried about too with Detroit is all his life track. Even if he does manage to stay out of jail, is probably forever changed. But this is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net, and we're going through some news and notes. I think it might be an appropriate time right now to mention that Buffalo will not be putting O.J. Simpson up on their stadium when they open it up.
Very
just
fitting.
Yeah. I think just kind of a little a footnote there I don't know if there's much to discuss.
Dang, did you go to broadcasting school? That was a hell of a segue there.
Yes.
Sure paid
And while we're speaking of O.J. Simpson and all this crime and all of this violent stuff, let's talk about the white chick in the NBA who's getting punched in the throat. We got Caitlin Clark and all of that drama happening. And when we were getting through the show, getting our rundown together earlier today, Moon asked, kind of the group of, what does the WNBA need to do to get more casual fans and get more of an attention, get more of more eyes on their product. And I think the long story short is, can you treat Caitlin Clark with some respect? We saw, earlier this week, a player just was basically putting her throat right in her fist right in her throat. She is getting fouled hard every game. She seems like she is an afterthought when it comes down to marketing with the NBA. Nike's dropping the ball with her. And honestly, I think one of the things the WNBA could really do to kind of get more fans is to make the story about what's happening on the court as opposed to off it. And Caitlin Clark's right now number one on the list.
Double A, you want to take this one first?
Yeah, I think right now just the wrong people are involved with the Caitlin Clark conversation, which is why this is very complex. I don't
want to defend her because, like, the people I start agreeing with, I'm really not comfortable being on that list of people.
Yeah, and I don't think she is either.
Mm-hmm.
But they're involved in the conversation, so that's an issue in itself. And I'm not saying that Caitlin Clark is not at fault, like 100% at fault. And the way she plays, she rides the officials too. And things like that. So you do have a little bit, but every single league, your superstar players are somewhat of a-holes to begin with. And they're promoting. Like, this is your moneymaker.
Does Luka Doncic get this kind of heat? Because he is notoriously, probably superstars, the worst one with the referees.
Yeah. A storyline we did not cover, but it could have been a storyline. Wemby was one technical away from probably not playing in Game 6 of the finals.
Yeah.
Right.
So, again, you have all those, but in every one of these leagues, when you have a hot superstar that's bringing money, you are putting them above all else. I hate to say it, but you are.
Well, and Clark's a little.
Reddit. I don't understand what the WNBA. Like, I get it. It's a lot of jealousy. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It's why they're going to have a new commissioner, because they're not operating business in a business efficient way.
Well, you saw what happened with Paige Beckers, and they drafted her girlfriend, number one overall the following year, and they would try to get somebody asked about that in the press conference, and the WNBA just shut it down as fast as humanly possible in a very unprofessional way. Yeah, they get in their own way a lot. But to your point, Double A, Caitlin Clark's even a little bit different than just the run-of-the-mill phenom superstar coming in. This is the WNBA's Magic and Bird. This is the WNBA's Babe Ruth. Mm-hmm. This is, Red Grange in the NFL, or, these are, she is supposed to be basically, the OG superstar. She is the reason, supposed to be anyway, that is going to be drawing all of the people to make you a major sport, to take you out of the smaller arenas and book you at MSG or at the NBA houses. Like, this is supposed to be a transcendent superstar right now, and you are and I'm not saying give her preferential treatment every step of the way, but you are making life very difficult for her. It seems like by the day. And yeah, I understand Jordan, he was played rough coming through with the bad boys in the 80s NBA and the 90s NBA. I understand, you got to get your lumps here. But I think what Caitlin Clark's dealing with right now is something even higher than that. I get the vibes with her is that, like the same thing, feeling you would get if you showed up to a party that you weren't invited to. And they don't want you around. Yeah, they're asking themselves why you're here, and they're not going to go out of their way to make you feel all that welcome. That's what I'm feeling with Caitlin Clark. And you want to get down to it. Before Caitlin Clark, they were flying commercial airlines with everybody else. After Caitlin Clark, they're flying private. Before Caitlin Clark, it was hot and ready's in the locker room. After Caitlin Clark, it's 5-star catering. It's, before Caitlin Clark, it was a $40,000 league minimum. Now it's a $250,000 league minimum. Like, she is the reason that your quality of life has increased. Should she get preferential treatment and be handled with kid gloves all the time? No. But you should definitely make her feel like she's a part of the fucking league.
Yeah, but I think it's tough also for the league to get behind her when her own team, her own coach isn't behind her. We've seen multiple interactions with her coach getting into arguments. At least Stephanie White is the coach of the Fever. You're having that argument. I literally displayed throughout a game.
Is Steve Kerr behind Draymond Green?
Yeah, I would say majority of the time he is. I mean,
but they scream at each other all the time.
It's different, Rob. If you go watch,
why is it different?
Well, I'm going to explain if you allow me to. So what I'm trying to say is Stephanie White is actually fed up. It's not. You never have seen Steve Kerr just check out on Draymond Green. He sent him to the locker room before. But he also goes out in the press conference and defends. You don't hear that from Stephanie White. You don't hear, hey, Caitlin and I just had a disagreement. It's never brought up that it's just a basketball-related thing. Stephanie White truly seems fed up with Caitlin Clark. Her teammates, for the most part, seem fed up with her. So if her own Indiana Fever teammates are fed up with her, then where are we really at as far as Caitlin Clark? Now, I do believe she deserves a ton of praise for what she's done for the WNBA. I think she should be marketed. If she's not going to be marketed as a hero, she should be marketed as a villain or some light. But I think the WNBA is going to take their chances, and we'll see how it works out. I don't know if it'll work out great, but they have, Asia Wilson from the Las Vegas Aces, who is right now the significant other of Bam Adebayo, who is probably going to have an interesting year in the NBA, and the Aces are pretty good in the WNBA, so they're going to take their chances there. Paige Beckers, obviously a young star. They're going to take their chances there. Ozzie Fudd, who you referenced earlier, that's the girlfriend of Paige Beckers and the number 1 overall pick from this past year. They're going to take their chances with some of these players. I'm not saying I don't think it's right that Caitlin Clark doesn't get the shine she does for what she's brought to the league, but she kind of has done this to herself too because she's become unlikable as somebody they can market. That's the tough thing.
This is the Indy Star dated 4 days ago. The headline is Fever coach Stephanie White blasts WNBA officiating for egregious non-calls on Caitlin Clark. We spent all offseason looking at officiating, White said, with the GM of the Fever looking on, following Indiana's loss to Phoenix on Wednesday. All offseason, she said. And I still say that one thing we keep asking for is consistency. Caitlin Clark is not called the same way everybody else is called. That's 4 days ago, and she's blasting the officials, defending her player. That is exactly what Steve Kerr does for Draymond Green. I don't think it's any different at all. I don't understand why it's playing different.
Have you seen the video of them actually getting the altercations? Have you seen
Yes.
Stephanie White? Okay, because it is different. It's a complete lack of okay, I want you to shut up and stop talking. Steve Kerr, sure, maybe the last 2 years where he's on the way.
We all want Draymond Green to stop talking.
But it's different, is what I'm trying to tell you. There's a difference between uninterested as a coach, which is where Stephanie White shows at times. She can say what she can to the media. She's not going to show her ass to the media and be like, yeah, we just don't care if Caitlin Clark gets the calls. She's got to go up for her player, but you could see the uninterested look in these altercations where Steve Kerr may be mad at Draymond for going over the top, but he eats it up, and a lot of times he'll have his back. He'll be like, all right, just go do your thing, whatever. There's a difference there. Also, Draymond Green's never been positioned to be the superstar of the NBA, so it's a different discussion when you have your coach checking out when you're trying to get her attention in the middle of a game. That's two different things.
I think Eli does have a point where there is uncomfortable beef within the Indiana Fever locker room that I think has been well documented. But I do believe, despite all of that, if you're the W, this is the easiest market, not the confrontations, but promoting your biggest star. That should be independent of what's going on with the team internally. Like, that should be completely independent. And let's just be real about the situation. We're talking business. Who's making money for the league? Caitlin Clark or Stephanie White?
True. Yeah, Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, so that listen, I don't want a situation where you don't need to call favorable calls for Caitlin Clark. We're not advocating for that. I'm just speaking for you guys, but we're not advocating for that. We're not advocating for the referees all of a sudden to treat Caitlin Clark with kid gloves. As in terms of the action on the floor, they can do whatever they want, and as they should. It's competition, it's sports. But in terms of business and in terms of marketing, why Caitlin Clark is not front and center is mind-boggling.
Because
it doesn't make any sense. It's like, yeah.
I understand he had a little bit more of a resume when he kind of was known for this behavior, but Michael Jordan was punching his teammates in practice. Michael Jordan was straight up bullying people pretty much the entire time he was the top dog for the Chicago Bulls. And yet they figured out a way to kind of make that work and kind of go with that. And Phil Jackson's credited a lot with being able to harness that team together. I mean, I don't understand why we celebrate, Michael Jordan for that kind of behavior. Kobe Bryant, again, I mean, I'm reasonably sure if he was in that Cavs locker room when they were up by 24 and still lost the game, he would have killed people. We celebrate that with the male athletes and with a lot of even female athletes. I don't want to make it just a sexist kind of thing, but for whatever reason, Caitlin Clark has always been scrutinized on a different level than a lot of these other players, no matter how talented they are or aren't.
Yeah, but also, you brought up Jordan already had the resume. And again, let me be clear before I get into this. Caitlin Clark should be being marketed by the WNBA. They're missing a great opportunity here. But I'm giving the reasons as to why maybe the league is hesitant, whether it's right or wrong. Within her own team, there's dysfunction between her coach and teammates. Like Double A said, has been documented. I understand the report, Rob, you brought up 4 days ago. Coach is going to go to bat. It looks worse on Stephanie White. If she
I have another report from 2 days ago, too, by the way.
That's fine. But if they go out and say, yeah, but what else is she going to say? Stephanie White's going to lose her job by saying, yeah, they were great no calls. Everybody, thank you so much. I'll see you next week. Like, that's not going to happen either, man. They're going to have to do coach speak at some point, but you can read body language. We're all smart guys here. We can read body language. We can read how those discussions go. So, again, I'm not saying it's right and a smart business move, but that mixed in with the fact you brought up, Jordan already had won. He was a winner. You had these guys that are already established champions. Caitlin Clark, yes, she's made a few playoff appearances, but she hasn't been to a WNBA Finals yet. She hasn't got there yet. So maybe the league's a little hesitant with that too. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily the right move. I'm just laying out reasons why the WNBA looks at it and goes, why should we market a star over Asia Wilson, who's, again, has the pop culture notoriety being tied to Bam Adebayo, and I believe the defending WNBA champion.
Why should the NBA market that 17-year-old kid out of St. V's when you got Kobe Bryant and Mamba mentality over in LA?
I don't know. Well, I mean, it's a great question. I never said it was right, though.
Yeah, I know.
I'll give you real quick probably a little bit more of an accurate description of where the WNBA was and where they're at now. In 1979, 1980, who were the top stars of the NBA before Magic Johnson and Larry Bird?
Dr. J.
Yeah, Dr. J. And then, but, obviously look at where the NBA was. And then when Magic and Larry Bird came to town, the NBA ascended to new heights.
Oh, the finals were on tape delay when Bird and Magic got drafted. Like it was World's Strongest Man on ESPN at 3:00 in the morning.
Same deal with the WNBA. Look, trying to turn a profit all these years. And then there was a point because of Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. I want to make sure she's in this conversation. Because of those two, women's college basketball for a 2 to 3 year stretch was more popular than the WNBA.
Yeah. And
the same thing happened in the late 70s. business-wise, it doesn't make any sense, Rob.
Yeah, and that's what I'm. Even if Caitlin, and I don't know obviously Caitlin Clark at all, but even if she is just a stone cold bitch to everybody she talks to, that she is a pain in the ass to deal with the whole way through. I'm sorry, if you're the Fever, if you're the WNBA in general, Caitlin Clark's going to look at you and be like, Sophie Cunningham, I know you're pretty, I know you have pretty good Instagram numbers, but people are paying to see me. Hey, head coach, they're not paying to see you coach. They're paying to see me. They're not even paying to see Asia Wilson and a lot of these top tier bona fide Hall of Famers right now in the WNBA. They're paying to see her. They went to Iowa. Yeah, dude, when they were Iowa played Cleveland State women's basketball, it was like we had a concert in town.
Yep.
So you know what? And she wouldn't be the first person in sports, in entertainment, in anything to be able to look at somebody and say, you know what? When you pay the fucking bills, you can tell me what to do. But right now, I'm in charge of this. I'm the draw. Then guess what? You're on my ship. I'm driving this thing.
Yeah, that's fair. And like I said, it may not be the right reasons, but you brought up Nike dropping the ball and the WNBA dropping the ball and all this. But there's got to be something, right? I mean, something that's not coming to light. Why is everybody dropping the ball with Caitlin Clark?
It's getting Nike to the point where I'm asking that question. Yeah,
well, because they don't want her to have all the credit. Yeah. They know the numbers. They know that every single Indiana Fever game is nationally televised. Mm-hmm. They know that games involving her are selling out full scale arenas and getting moved to bigger venues.
If you want to, actually, I'm thinking about it right now. If you want a good historical analog, and it's historical, we're going to go back for a while here. Read what Ty Cobb, the greatest baseball player of his day, was saying about that new fat kid in Boston who was hitting all these home runs. He did not like Babe Ruth. He did not understand why he was getting the spotlight and he was getting all the notoriety and he was getting the attention when Ty Cobb was hitting 400 pretty much every year of the aughts and the teens up until Babe Ruth came in. And again, Babe Ruth is kind of a good example too, because he changed that game. He put that game in a new stratosphere when it came down to pop culture attention. And there's a reason why we're still talking about him, 100 years after he played. So, you have, and I think, Asia Wilson, all these current stars, they're Ty Cobb at this rate. They're all-time greats themselves. They have resumes that they should not be ashamed of, that they should be very proud of. But you're having this new kid come in who hasn't won anything yet and is getting all the attention. But you know what? As history said with Cobb and Babe Ruth, one still is talked about a lot today. The other one, not so much. Now, maybe it's because the other one was an ardent racist, but Ruth's the one that is going to be, was talked about for a century. Caitlin Clark's going to be the one that's talked about for 50 years.
Maybe, depending on how her career looks at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to come down to, too. Again, she has not won a WNBA championship. She hasn't won a league MVP.
I don't think she's won a playoff series yet, has she?
She got to the second round, I believe. I was looking at this earlier.
So she's Carmelo Anthony at this rate.
Yeah, she got to the second round.
Her shooting percentage is slumping, and a lot of it was because of her injury last year, too.
Yeah, and then this year, too, she's getting her shit kicked out of her.
And I want to be fair, too, before we move forward. Clark is interesting in the coverage of Clark because on the other end of the spectrum, any game that she's involved with in terms of the broadcast, it's Caitlin Clark tied her shoes. Caitlin Clark walked to the bench. Caitlin Clark this and that.
And that's why we're judging all the body language and stuff, because we get every frame of it.
This is tricky because on the other end of the spectrum, some of the announcers, some of them make it obsessive. It's too much.
Yeah.
Such and such, such and such has the basketball, but Caitlin Clark's coming on the backside.
And also in fairness, and this is my final point on it, and we got to move on. My final point is the WNBA has dropped the ball for decades, though. Since they've been around. Maya Moore was a great star that they could have capitalized more on. She had a great career at UConn, got the ball there. You know, you look at Diana Taurasi, and I know she's got her own issues going on, but, you know, Diana Taurasi was a star for Phoenix, and they dropped the ball promoting her. She could have been like the next star. She was a legend in WNBA, and they could have really pushed her stronger, and they didn't. You know, Asia Wilson, we're talking about Asia Wilson. Let's talk about Asia Wilson. She could be pushed a lot more right now. She's one of the defending champions. She has that pop culture mix with Bam Adebayo. They could be pushing it as a power couple. The NBA and WNBA could team up in terms of marketing. I mean, there's so many stars. And Caitlin Clark deserves some recognition as well for what she's done for the game. Again, I want to be clear that she deserves it. I'm just laying out the reasons why the WNBA and other people may be staying away from it. And is it the right move? Probably not. But maybe there's something that just hasn't come to light yet. Again, and I'm not trying to speculate, but why would Nike and everybody else back away? I can understand the WNBA be like, you know, we're not letting you take the credit. But what does Nike have to lose by giving her a good shoe deal? She's still going to be marketable if she wears it out to the Met Gala. It doesn't matter if she's on a WNBA court or not.
Now, that being said, I will throw this out there. Caitlin Clark is due to be a free agent after the 2027 season. So whatever deal she would sign would be the 28 season. That is also the first year of Cleveland's WNBA team.
Hey,
so let's make this happen. And if Juju Watkins plays 2 more years, we could potentially draft her number 1 overall and sign Caitlin Clark in the same year, and we finally get a championship here in Cleveland.
You know what? We start pounding the table. You know what? If they're not going to appreciate you in Indiana, send her across state lines. We'll take her here.
Absolutely.
We would.
Are you telling me you wouldn't take Caitlin even on an expansion team?
I'm not.
They might be a playoff team.
Yeah. I'll buy a Caitlin Clark jersey tomorrow.
That's fine. We're A-okay, and she's from Iowa. She's playing in Indiana right now. She is used to Middle America, baby. So let's make it happen.
Yep.
But yes,
she do need to up her field goal percentage from downtown, though.
Again, like her back, from what I understand, her back is shot right now, and I'm sure that has to mess with your shot.
I'll give some basketball analysis. She has 63 attempts from 26 feet plus, and she has shot 31.8% from the field.
Double A. If she decided, when Cleveland's team is ready, and she decided to go, I'm going to Cleveland, you wouldn't care if she shot 31, 38, 35. You would take her in a heartbeat. Come on.
I would care. No, I wouldn't.
Okay, come on. All right, back to you, Rob.
Hey, absolutely. This is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. Going through news and notes, we got a couple other things we got to knock out here real quick. Again, just kind of a footnote here. Does anybody know what Jim Cornette and Brandon Sorsby have in common? They're not allowed in Canada. No CFL for Brandon Sorsby either. So, and I don't think that's much of a surprise. They do typically kind of help, at least honor the NFL's kind of decisions on stuff. So, it looks like he's going to be sitting all year. So, the Browns don't have to worry about that right now.
That was so savage.
Hey, do what I can.
Okay.
And speaking of,
I want to hear the Cornette version of that story.
Get it. Oh, yeah, that's amazing. And also, too, speaking of people who I don't think are actually allowed in Canada, because I think if you have anything on your record criminally, they don't let you through the border. And even though he can't get through the Canadian border with his criminal, I believe it's misdemeanor assault conviction, he can, though, go to Coney Island and do the 4th of July hot dog eating contest. Eli, you're telling me that Joey Chestnut's going to be doing a hot dog eating contest while low jacked?
Do you hear this, Rob? Do you hear it? You got to put a cup of your ear. You got to cup of your ear. Chestnut. They're going to be going crazy at Coney Island. They're going to be going crazy. Yes, that is correct. I had the story up here earlier. Basically, Joey Chestnut avoided jail time. He pleaded guilty to that misdemeanor battery charge, Rob. It was a March bar altercation. He slapped a patron in the face. He was sentenced to 180 days in jail.
Slapping somebody in the face?
Yeah, I thought it was crazy.
I could get 180 days like 6 times a day if I actually listen to the back of my head at this point. Damn.
Did he punch you with a hot dog?
No. But he did avoid the 180 days in jail, Double A and Rob. He got 180 days in probation. Basically, what had happened, he went to Joe's Grill in Westfield, Indiana. Said he slapped the man in the face shortly after the man reached out to shake his hand. When questioned by the police, Chestnut stated he was pretty drunk and initially did not remember the altercation. His legal team later stated that the physical reaction was an unfortunate misunderstanding following some inappropriate comments made to the competitive eater. So, they didn't get into that. They just said unfortunate.
Dude, that's like if you go back and read these old wrestling stories from the 50s and 60s, it's the same way. Every fan who was ever assaulted by a wrestler was just standing there quietly, minding his own business, and this crazed wrestler just came up and started beating the shit out. They never did anything or said anything to provoke said action, but yes, they were just standing there minding their own business, just enjoying life.
It's like, could you imagine Joey Chestnut's also, he mentions he's pretty drunk, in quotes, pretty drunk during the report. Imagine he may be fasting too, he's just drinking, drinking a few booskies, or brewskis, whatever, and then some dude just comes up and starts talking mess to him. He's like, brother, I haven't eaten in 5 days. Leave me alone. I just don't know what was going through his mind. But yes, the answer to the question.
And we're in a much more civilized society. Somebody did that, Haku, the old wrestler. Somebody did that to Haku. Do you know what he did to the guy talking shit to him? He didn't slap him. He didn't punch him. He didn't kick him. He bit off his fucking nose. Yeah. And this is not hyperbole either. There is a police report in Baltimore that describes the whole thing. So calm down, guys. You slapped the dude in the face.
At least when Mike Tyson did it, at least he got paid for it.
Yeah, right. I feel bad for...
What about Will Smith?
I think he got paid too.
Leave my wife's name out of your mother. I wish Chad Bryant was here. He has the soundboard with a but here's the thing. Joey Chestnut, he's a legend, man. Let's not sugarcoat it here. He's a legend. I mean, 17 time, I think. I want to just fact check here. I think 17 times he's won the hot dog eating competition.
He's ate a lot of hot dogs.
He's ate a lot of time.
And it's not just hot dogs, too. He is everything. He has, tacos and burritos and chicken wings. And, you look up the records that guy has. It's amazing and kind of disgusting.
His record, the official world record, set at the 2024 Netflix Unfinished Beef event.
Oh, with him and Kobayashi. The rivalry of our time.
Chestnut, 83 hot dogs in 10 minutes.
And that's a lot. That's a lot of dogs.
His Nathan's record is 76 hot dogs set back in 2021.
And you know what the difference there, AA, Rob? Kobayashi's his rival. He was going hard in the paint for the beef because there was no beef at my little brother, I shout out my little brother Austin, who's at Ohio State. He was trying to tell me, Matt Stoney, he's a great competitive eater on YouTube. I said, listen, little man, respect to you. There ain't no chance this dude touches Joey Chestnut. I've been watching Joey Chestnut since I was a teenager, bro. He's not, you're not, I don't care if it's Matt Stoney or whoever. They're not touching the legend. Joey Chestnut is a competitive eater legend. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. When it comes especially to hot dogs. He throws these Nathan hot dogs down in a 10-minute flurry that you're not used to. And I just think this is, maybe it's based off what it was. He didn't obviously do anything terrible. So I think it's cool that he's able to go compete, win his 18th championship. He'll have one more than John Cena, AA. Keep that in mind. I know you're a wrestling guy. I am too. And so is Rob. One more championship than John Cena.
Oh, boy. You're
Joey
telling
Chestnut.
me Cena's coming back? I'm kidding.
If you wanted to go out to the supermarket and buy enough hot dogs for Joey Chestnut to win against Kobayashi, it would cost you about $60 with the buns.
Damn. Jesus. Damn.
Or, which is the price of about three hot dogs at Progressive Field.
I guess my question to the room. All right, his specialties are obviously hot dogs, chicken wings.
I'd love to go to Dollar Dog Night with Joey Chestnut. That would just be a sight to be seen.
Bologna and Twinkies.
How do they measure bologna? Is it sandwiches, or are you just eating sheets of bologna?
I don't know. I mean, I've never watched. I'll get back to you on that. I just can't. How can you Twinkies? Can I just say this? I have to admit something. Twinkies are horrible. Twinkies are terrible. I don't know how anybody can.
Terrible how? Like for you or while they taste?
Yes and yes.
They're terrible for you.
Yeah, well, yes, I know that, yes. But I was making double. You're so wrong. You're so wrong.
Twinkies Twinkies is one of the worst snacks you could ever have.
Brother, I love you. You may have some of the worst food takes I've ever heard in my life. You don't like ketchup or mustard on your hot dog. You don't like Twinkies. What else are you going to tell me? If I invite you over for some barbecue ribs, you're not going to eat those?
Oh, I'm smashed on those.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're still on the same page.
The only thing I don't like about Twinkies is that if they're, everyone, that misnomer that the Twinkie never expires, that is malarkey. But when you get a Twinkie that's not like brand fresh right out of the factory, it's dry. That's the only thing I really don't like about Twinkies. Like I feel like I need to chug about a gallon of milk afterwards.
But you got to fry the Twinkie. Like my mom,
that's different.
Yes,
and I'll have that. Like deep fried Twinkies, that's different.
Shout out Mama Moon because she helped me get through school and paying tuition, and she was working down at the Guardians when they were still the Indians at the time, and she worked in the concession stand, and she had some fried food she would always bring back: fried Oreos, fried Twinkies, fried cookie dough. Oh my goodness. I was in such a good spot.
Chestnut also has the world record for consuming 21 pounds of shrimp cocktail in just 8 minutes.
God, what a beast! Bro.
That's gout. That is the world's worst case of gout, right then. And you can't move your foot for months after that.
Hey, you know what? Send his ass. Get him those bacon wrap honey buns. Send him that. And let's see
true.
Have Omar fire those up for him and see what we can do.
And
or you see those skyline chili wraps that the Mets were serving? Yes, see how much of those he can put down. That might kill him.
And I have some more information before we move on about this bologna showdown. I figured it out. So the Ultimate Bologna Showdown is an annual competitive eating event sanctioned by Major League Eating. It's held in Knoxville, Tennessee. And what happens is the contest features top-ranked professional eaters competing for 8 intense minutes to see who can consume the most smoked bologna. It features a $10,000 prize. Here's what happened. May 9, 2026, Joey Jaws Chestnut dominated the field. He had 16 pounds, a new world record of smoked bologna, and he took home the prize.
Okay, so go to the bowling alley and pick up a full-weighted bowling ball. That's how much bologna that bastard ate. 16 pounds is a bowling ball.
He's a bologna sandwich at that point. He is a bologna sandwich.
How is he still alive? Like he must. His cardiologist has to be the most highly compensated person in the medical field going right now. Like more than Anthony Fauci, more than anybody. He's got to be making like healthcare CEO money at this rate.
Dude, I mean, the legend comes back though. July 4th. It's a Saturday. I can't wait. I'm so excited. My mom wouldn't watch like the hot dog eating competition. Like the family would not sit down and watch it with me. I'm gonna be real. Papa Moon would. That was about it. Everybody's like, I get grossed out. My mom's like, I can't, Eli. That is disgusting the way they eat that. My sister the same way. My little brother got grossed out.
Have you ever attended one live in person?
Have you?
I have.
Oh no.
In New York?
No. Here locally in Berea.
Oh yeah, we had a mutual friend in that one crash and burn.
He didn't know where to put the plates, so
the sharpest knife in the drawer of that one. Yeah,
I watch him consume, I believe, 10 or 11 hot dogs. He was only credited for 3.
God damn, the hot dogs were fun at that point.
I've never been more disgusted across the board because all I see was just eating, and I saw just pieces of food come out of people's mouths as they were trying to consume it, and it was, oh boy.
Well, yeah, because it's a little bit like restaurants when you're working with it and when you're making money off it, and that's what they're doing, making money off food. It's not nourishment. It's not the culinary experience. It is the means to an end. And yeah, it's like money when you're playing poker. If you think of it as dollars and cents, it's just going to fall apart on you. It's got to be points. It's got to be in the abstract. You can't be thinking about it as food. You just got to be thinking about it as points.
Dude, I'm telling you, there was many a years I had to DVR the hot dog eating contest. So wait till Papa Moon, if he was working, got home, because nobody in the family else, my brother, sister, and my mom would not watch it. They're like, it is disgusting. It's art. It's literally art. It may not be, it's abstract art. Like, yeah, there's water flying around, there's bun flying around, dog flying around. What can you do about it?
You know what I think is worse? I mean, it's sport for a day, but the man versus food.
Dude,
That's
Adam
hard.
Richmond, man, he's a dog. Or he was a dog. Now he's skinny. Now he don't do it anymore. But
Good for him.
yeah, but
Oh.
he was so much fun when he was doing it. He was so much better than whoever they have now. Whoever they have now, I don't even care. But like Adam Richmond, must see TV. He was like, today I'm going to eat 8 burgers on top of 8 burgers with a mountain of fries, and then we got to wash it down with mozzarella sticks. The catch is we can't drink anything the entire challenge. Like, what?
Well, and it's like I think that's why Richmond stopped it too. Was like if I'm that guy, like I couldn't handle feeling like absolute garbage for the next like 3 or 4 days, man. Like Joey Chestnut, as foul as what as people think what he's doing, eating 80 hot dogs in a shot. Imagine being married to him and sleeping next to him after that on that night. Like there is a lot of sounds, there is a lot of gases, there are a lot of bodily functions that are happening directly next to you. And I would think that stuff coming out is a lot more foul than the stuff coming in.
Do you
I
take
think you have to book a hotel.
Oh, yeah.
I think that we got to stay away for a week.
His cardiologist and his plumber are very, very highly compensated.
My question is, does he take a laxative after the contest and just get it out of him quickly?
I don't know. I think he's had to have done an interview or two on what his process is and what has to happen and like how much does he fast before. And honestly, too, like you get done eating 80 hot dogs. Do you really need to eat anything for the rest of the fucking week?
No. The rest of the month, bro.
You would hate eating. You actually would hate eating. Because at that point, if you're dumping a hot dog in a hot dog bun into water, first off, you're not even required to eat the bun, I don't think. You just have to eat the dog.
No, you have to eat the bun.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You have to.
Right. But you kind of eat it, so you're dumping it in the water, so you're not even consuming it like food that you're breaking down into, liquid form. You're taking the liquid form, you're turning it into liquid form as you're consuming it. You're almost treating the hot dog like a smoothie.
But the other, and that's foul.
Look at Eli's face.
Not a hot dog smoothie,
But, and
Rob.
this is according to the FDA here. Hot dog with bun is 300 calories, give or take.
Wow.
Multiply that by 80, his Netflix number. Yeah. That in what, 10 minutes, right? That's the time that they have?
Yep.
That is, the standard human diet's what, 2,000 calories a day? Imagine eating 24,000 calories in 10 minutes.
I think I could do it. I think my metabolism is strong enough. It's a lot. I don't think
I'm not worried about your metabolism at that rate. I'm worried about your fucking cardiovascular system. Like, you're far too young to be dying of a heart attack, son.
Look, all I would ask is that you guys paid, respect to me the next main event and be like, and he took down Joey Chestnut, but unfortunately he passed out and never came back 2 minutes later. Like, dude, crazy.
So all he does there's water, they call it stomach expansion by water loading, so you're consuming water.
Waterboarding?
Water loading.
Loading the water. Yeah.
And then there's also targeted jaw and throat muscle workouts and stimulated competitive eating with rigorous fasting.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I would be scared because, like Rob, like all joking aside, Double A, all joking aside, people probably are in like the hospital after doing this. Sometimes, like
I think some people do go, yeah,
like go like to the other side or go to the hospital.
Cardio's everything. All kidding. Cardio.
If somebody died at the Coney Island hot dog thing, we would hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, unless it was just one of the first people that came up during the commercials. Like, all right, well, we did a show them on TV, so.
So in between training, Chestnut maintains a health. Weighs between 225, 240 pounds. He only eats one large protein-rich meal a day during training.
Wow.
I'm sure he does a ton of cardio.
How much does a hot dog weigh?
I'm checking that literally right now.
Okay.
4.5 ounces.
Say that again, Rob.
4.5 ounces.
So now we need to convert that.
Doing it now.
Okay, you're the best. Awesome. To pound.
And then you got to think quality of bread too. Like, is it just straight up white bread that's like not even like real? Ugh.
Double A.
Why do people do this?
I don't know. Honestly, I would.
Let's go.
Okay.
Why do people do
At
this?
3.5 ounces of pop, if he's eating 80 hot dogs, it's 360 ounces. That's 22.5 pounds.
So he's eating more dog than bologna.
So he walks in at 220 and walks out at 235. Or I'm sorry, 245.
Yeah.
How
Dude.
can people eat food and not enjoy what they're eating? Like my whole living
When the
being,
goal is to win $100,000, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
my
That,
whole living being, whatever food I'm consuming, my taste buds better enjoy it. It's
Yeah.
the journey. It's not the.
Well, I did hear him say, I think it was to McAfee, like he asked him, he goes, can you dislike a food and still competitively eat it? And he said, I can't. And like, there was actually like, he was talking about like some like hot dog eating contest he was doing that wasn't the Coney Island one. But like, he said that like he stopped about 5 minutes in because like either like they grilled them funky or they boiled, like he didn't like the way they were prepared and it just wasn't agreeing with his system. So yeah, I hate mushrooms. I don't think I could not competitively eat that. Like there's just no way.
and I'll be honest, I was all for trying to throw my name in the hat for next year's Coney Island competition. But you guys scared me making it a life or death thing that I might pass out from cardiovascular. I'm cool, man.
You're eating 23 pounds of fucking hot dogs.
Listen, I got at least another 80 years in me, man. I ain't having a hot dog competition slow me down. No.
Well, let's be
No,
fair.
if you eat 23 pounds of hot dogs, you don't have 80 years left.
Yeah, buddy, you ain't going a distance. You ain't.
No, you'll be like me at 43 taking blood pressure medication.
I mean, you got to remember too. We get in trouble with food consumption. It happened to me with cookies the other day. You don't realize, like, you just think about, man, it tastes good and stuff. Like, our bodies don't register us being full, I think, until like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After you consume food. So you go through a half pack of cookies and think like, oh, I'm good. And then all of a sudden.
Well, coincidentally, I'm actually like that with hot dogs. Like that's like something I feel like I could jam out and I'd hate my life for a while, but yeah, But what's up?
Oh, no, I was going to say Double A chooses some good cookies, though, Rob. Oatmeal ice cookies. The iced oatmeal ones, right, Double A?
Yeah, the ice oatmeal cookies. And then there was the other one that Chad likes a lot. But
Oreos. That's my game.
Was it the, I can't think.
Is
of
it fudge rounds? Are you talking about fudge rounds?
I think so.
Oh, man, fudge rounds are good.
Okay.
Also, real quick, shout out to Lizzie's Bakery.
Yeah.
And Shaker. They were also at the Tri-C Jazz Fest. They had this graham cracker marshmallow cookie s'more.
Yeah, the s'mores
thing. That
bar.
was good. Oh my goodness!
Yeah,
had that
fire.
at the Tri-C Jazz Fest yesterday. Phenomenal.
Yeah, it was fire. Absolutely fire.
Hey, good stuff. Good stuff. This is the main event here on the Inside Edge Net. We are in the final stretch of this situation here. News and Notes has concluded, and we will finally have 4 hours in, everybody. We are in the 5th hour of this bastard. Let's figure out what we've learned, and for once in our lives, let's actually try to be a little concise here.
Yeah, what I learned this weekend is that when we say we're going to do a 2-hour show on main event, buckle up. It may be 2 hours.
We said we're going to start at 9.
Yeah, maybe 4 hours, and maybe next time you tune it on, maybe 3, 5. You never know. But what you are going to get is a lot of action-packed and great conversation and debates. What I learned this weekend, though, is just good to step out. Summer was awesome. Summer is awesome. A lot of great shows this weekend coming up for July 4th weekend, the weekend coming up. Exciting. I have a show at Brothers Lounge on the 3rd. It was cool to step out the Tri-C Jazz Fest. Just rock out with Double A. We got to tell people about the Inside Edge Network, and we got to say hi to people, rock out, eat some great food. Shout out to Ricky Smith and Something Good Social. That was phenomenal. The Meltdown, I definitely recommend. I think Double A would too. And it was really cool. I'm really proud of everybody that's making movement, taking advantage of the summer, and just rocking and rolling, man. Get out and enjoy some summer. It's going to be 90 degrees most of this week, so here in Cleveland. And as
I
Cleveland's
saw
digital
a
leader,
99 in the forecast, I think, for Thursday.
Yeah, so make sure you wear your sunscreen. Rock out. Go do something fun, though, man. It's 4th of July weekend. This is the time where you can step out and not worry about it being freezing cold and having to put on extra layers. I think just enjoy yourself. What I learned this weekend is spend time with people you love and make the most of your memories and your moments because you only get this life once. So, yeah, that's what I learned this weekend.
You know what I learned?
What's that?
Take you back off of Eli. You only have one life, right? So in that one life, please enjoy your food. Don't go on no eating contest. Try to eat the most hot dogs or the most ribs or the most Twinkies. You want to enjoy your Twinkies. You want to enjoy your cookies and food and vegetables. Make sure you eat your vegetables. You want to enjoy it. You know, the Lord gave us something. It's called taste buds. And taste buds allows us to enjoy the food that we're consuming. Otherwise, you just go out there and touch grass and eat it and be fine. Get our nutrients that way. So
think about people with COVID who can't taste anything.
I know, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. So consume, take care of yourself, please. Work out. Actually, all kidding aside, take care of yourself this week with the weather. But this upcoming weekend, 4th of July, America 250, don't let it get all politicized or anything like that. But have fun. Have fun. Get out there. Enjoy. Baseball will be in town with the Guardians and White Sox. So enjoy that if you can. Find out which one of your local community, local parks is having fireworks, parties, things like that. Get on out there and enjoy. I'm going to stop rambling, but enjoy, have fun, and please enjoy your food.
What I have learned, and yes, we are nearing on the 4th of July, and we will. What I have learned is that the fans, we need a Bill of Rights for more than a few reasons. Talking about the fans not being represented in this labor negotiation with baseball, and then another story that caught my attention on this was I don't know if you guys have heard about Buffalo's new stadium. Yeah, without O.J. Simpson, will be opening up. I think with the Lions coming up, week 1 of this NFL season, for a single game ticket for this stadium that, by the way, used $850 million of public money. A single game ticket for the new Bill Stadium starts at $700. And that got the ball rolling here. And we will debut and we will talk about this on the 4th of July that weekend. I think it's an appropriate time. I will fill this out for sure. But I think one of the first things that should be on this fan's Bill of Rights is that if public money goes to a stadium, then those fans should have an economic way of being able to see those games. You shouldn't be gouging the people of New York, state and local in Buffalo, $850 million. You have already paid that much for this stadium collectively, and now they're asking you for $700 more for the privilege to see a game there. If public money is going to go into the stadium, then the people who are paying for the damn stadium should be able to enjoy the stadium. I don't understand why that is not a common thing that is thought about. I don't understand why that is just not accepted reality here. But we are entering a new phase where these guys aren't worth Art Modell $60,000 trying to build municipal stadium back in the day. You needed help from the state. You needed help from the city. The mayor, the owner in Buffalo is Terry Pagula, is worth about $8.5 billion. And he still needed other people's money to build that stadium. That's fine. If you want to do that, that's great. If you're going to get those tax breaks, that's great. But in exchange, the fans need to be able to see the games for a decent, reasonable price, either in the stadium, and we can talk about the streaming rates and the cable rates later. That's not exactly reasonable either, but you should be able to see your team if you're paying for the damn stadium. And that is going to be Amendment 1 on my fans' Bill of Rights that we will be talking about next week. If you have any ideas, throw them at me at Twitter at RobOn1100. You can email the net. You can harass everybody else here. It will get to me. But yes, I think the fans finally need to have some rights in this whole situation, because no matter what happens in sports, sometimes the players win, sometimes the owners win, sometimes the media wins, but the fans always lose, and that has to change.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree.
Can't wait to see it.
Yes, whenever in the course of sporting events, we will talk about our certain unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of a championship. So yes, we will absolutely get into that, no problem, next week. But I believe that first and foremost should be talked about, because again, we're talking about the World Cup fans, we talk about NFL, NBA, MLB fans. We all have gripes, we all have questions, comments, and concerns, and we have no actual way to voice it except for our dollars and our time.
Yeah.
By the way, good luck to Team USA this Wednesday, World Cup.
Oh, those sneaky Bosnians, yes. Well, or the Herzegovinians, yes. Yes, I'm sure you. What's up?
If you missed Midnight Run on Friday, you missed our breakdown of the World Cup. I can't really explain.
Not at 1:45 in the morning. You're not going to explain.
I honestly, even if it was 12:30, I wouldn't have explained it. I'm gonna be so real with you.
Hey, it's fine. I'm not too worried about the Turkey loss. They were sitting 9 of their starters through injuries and fear of getting a second yellow card. So, yeah, hopefully they'll be able to get back to their winning ways in the round of 32. If we're talking about the World Cup too, real quick, shout out. And this is a big deal to each country involved, and this is a big deal to the continent involved. 9 African teams qualify for the World Cup. That is a record. 10 African teams were actually in this World Cup. None of them managed to get to the knockout round. That is something that I am loving seeing. If it is Cape Verde, if it's Congo, if it's all these countries in here who have not really tasted any success in the World Cup in 50 years, if not ever, watching these guys just have the time of their lives, getting into this round. And I'm sure, for a continent that has been kicked around for, I was going to say the last couple of generations, I'll say the last couple of centuries, having these guys being able to peek their head up and show the rest of the world what that continent is capable of is fun to see.
No, absolutely. It's been real cool to see the World Cup, the different storylines and things like that. I love saying Mbappe. I can't wait to see what France does. As long as they don't beat us. As long as if we get there to, I think the Elite Eight is what they're expecting. As long as we don't lose to France, then I'm okay.
And you know what? We talk about the Dolans not spending any money, and I would like them to spend a few dollars. Can you call the Tartan Army and book them for a weekend of games here? That's all I ask. I am so jealous that I was not in a World Cup city to witness that. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's weird because normally in the summertime we talk about the slow sports landscape and the fact that there's not a lot going on. But that World Cup and the NBA free agency and what's going on with the Guardians has been a nice little shot in the arm for all of us who have to talk about this for a living. But I think we will finally end this 4-hour and 11-minute and 40-second endeavor. For everybody here in studio, thank you for staying with us. If you stayed with us this entire length of time, my hat is off to you guys. Good job. We could not do this without you. Thank you for participating in the Inside Edge Net and making all of this a reality for everybody here on the net. Remember, we'll have Omar in the morning tomorrow. We'll have Double A in the evening tonight. Or that night we'll have Eli Moon somewhere in between that whole schnoz. We'll be action packed and ready to go all week for you here on the Inside Edge Net. For everybody here in studio, for Double A, Anthony Alford, for Eli Moon, I am Rob Rozycki. We shall see you when we see you.